welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. I'm Tommy Cotton. With me, as always, Dan Barron, Addie Gia, Seth Lilly, Roman Milan. We are here to play some Manifest, but before we jump into the recap of what has happened thus far, I'm going to toss the attention over to these lovely folks who have things to talk to you about. Go, take it away, lovely folks.
Yeah, I can talk to y'all about our charity for this month. It is the National Queer and Trans Therapists of Color Network. That's for National BIPOC Mental Health Awareness Month, which is this month. We founded in 2016, the NQTTCN is a call for health practitioners to create a community of healing justice for queer and trans people of color. And their mission is to transform mental health care and provide leadership for communities who need it most. And they prioritize the unique needs of QTPOC health practitioners who provide emotional and spiritual care in settings both paid and unpaid. I'm going to put a period somewhere in that sentence, I swear. They envision a world where all people have access to healing resources rooted in social justice. They're an incredible cause, so donate if you can. You can use the link, which I assume Tommy has put here by now.
It's going to be over that way.
And oh, well, fine, whatever. Find the link, and if you have the capacity or the resources, definitely donate. And you can also donate directly to their mental health fund too. I'm gonna go and kick this one on over to Roman.
Yeah, that sounds right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the stream. We go live round about 8 o'clock every Tuesday night, 8 o'clock Central. Same bad time, same bad channel, twitch.tv/Waypoint Live, where you may or may not be right now. If you are here with us now, you'll notice these three lovely buttons below me. And what I need you to do, please, if I can ask you one thing, is you just Stone Cold Steve Austin, take like a big steel chair, wind it up way back, and just smash all three of those buttons at once if you can. If not, click them individually. It should still work the same, not 100%. I've never tried it, only done the chair method. Please, follow us, because hey, remembering 8 o'clock isn't easy. I barely do when I'm on the dang stream. Let Twitch tell you when we're alive. Go to the subscribe button, and that's just one step further. You're supporting the show. Everything that you donate, either through subscribing or through bits or donations or what have you, it all goes to support the stream. Like, I'm about to get a new computer rig, but I'm going to need a different webcam because this was on a laptop, and maybe I can cajole them publicly now into letting me get a laptop with stream funds, or I'll get one and it'll be fine. But it all goes back into improving the stream, the sound quality, the video, letting us have on like guests if we ever were to do that. All sorts of really, really cool stuff that goes right back into it. We really appreciate everything you can give. And if you subscribe to Amazon Prime, you get a free one. Why not just toss that our way? It's literally free money. And you can just go ahead and you can use that on us, and we still benefit from it. And it's super nice, and we really appreciate it. Literally anything you guys can do, we really, really appreciate. And I think those are all. Oh, and of course, follow us on the socials. We're on Facebook. I think we're on Twitter. We will be very famous on TikTok someday. And in terms of the Instagram, I think Dan actually.
Yeah, you guys were so generous last stream that I promised you another Instagram clue, and then I forgot. So that's on me. I'm gonna give you a hard, stone cold Instagram clue, the most concrete information you've ever received. Today's clue is Eric Stoltz.
From Mask. Oh my god. Okay, all right.
Guys, a shocker, a real bomb was dropped. Please take that for everything that it's worth, but don't necessarily take it at face value. Please, yes, follow us on the socials. We really appreciate everything you do. And now I'm going to toss it over to Tommy, who, much like the government, is going to lie to you about how the economy works.
Well, before I lie about the economy, Addie, did you have... Addie, did you have anything you wanted to say about, like, Manifest stuff?
Things are in the works. But just a reminder that we are going to be going to Columbus?
Origins.
Ohio.
Wherever
Origins.
it may be.
Columbus, Ohio. It's Origins Game Fair. Tickets and badges are available now. Come and see us and get Roman and Dan to write rules in the back of your manifest book.
We'll do it.
Also, for those of you who are in the Discord, coming up this week, you're going to get a sneak peek at some of the cool merch that we are banding. That will probably be at Origins, and we're also talking about some other upcoming conventions as well, which is really exciting. And there's going to be a Kickstarter update this week. So for those of you who backed the Kickstarter, or for those of you who didn't but are interested, you can always go to kickstarter.com/manifestcrpg and see what is up. Other than that, just that we love you guys. And now Tommy's going to lie to you about the economy.
So let me tell you how the grit economy works here. See, these pedestrians don't understand, but I, the holder of all the grit, do. So you
Tammany Hall of GMs.
So you as viewers have viewer grit. It's what we call our channel points. It's at the bottom of the chat there. You can earn that by interacting with the stream, by watching it. You just earn it like as you watch. And you can spend that grit to interact with the gameplay. The way you can do that is you can give grit to either any one of the players or the GM. We all have a little number up here on our screen that tells you how much grit we have. The players max out at 12. So right now, Gus cannot receive any grit. But the GM has no such limitations, though I am limited in the practical amount of grit that I can spend in any given session. So, you know, it's not necessarily worth it to like completely bomb me with grit, but you might notice that it is worth it to give me grit because my grit is cheaper than their grit. And when I spend grit, they get grit. So it's like buying them grit at a discount.
It's cheaper because it's worse.
And
It's worse.
it has begun. Fiddler Undone has given a grit to Porter.
Oh,
That's
snap.
smart.
Thanks, Fiddler. It's obviously one of these days I'm gonna play the fiddler for Fiddler Undone, and it's gonna be a song specifically for Fiddler.
We got a grit to Eloise from Fiddler Undone.
Hooray!
Hey!
Thank you.
Eloise is up to 4. And Ryak getting in those discounts. Good job, Ryak. Savvy shopper. Is going to give a grit to me. Good.
Tommy will just use it to go to space, and none of it'll go to his workers. Think about that.
Man, topical.
The Jeff Bezos of Game Masters.
Oh, I'm dead. I
Tommy's in
died.
space. Use the bathroom.
I died.
Yeah, Tommy, can we use the bathroom now, please?
No, no break. All right. But that is how the grit works. You just saw it in action. A little bit more grit. Laura the Bard. Hey, thank you for the grit for me, Laura the Bard. Hell yeah.
I see you guys. I see you.
All right.
see you.
Look at that
Worse.
double-digit number up there. Yeah. All right. So I'm getting Addie. Is your mic picking me up? I hear an echo.
Potentially, I can do a mute.
I'm gonna say so again. Yeah. Okay. It's definitely you, Addie. You might want to turn down your noise gate.
Hooray!
Okay. So, before we jump into the actual play and the recap of what happened last time, because some shit happened last time, we are going to transport our minds to the world of Manifest and look at the very cool character art provided to us by Kate May. She's amazing. You should go check her out. C-A-I-T. Kate May. And we're going to just watch these character arts, and then I'm going to tell you what happened last time. All right, we're back.
Why'd you stop? You were winning the race. Why'd you stop?
All right, so what happened previously? The story thus far. These four drifters came into contact with an underground organization known as the Free People's Coalition. They met up with them in Las Brasas as they were hunting down someone associated with them who did a crime bad. And thereafter, Kenny Mathis, who murdered an innocent man, and along the way have started to discover more and more of this kind of plot that revolves around Brimstone Garrison, one of the garrisons in the Fort Dearborn militia, known for its like it's known for its like research and scientific study that happens there, that like a lot of the like premier like stuff that comes out of Fort Dearborn in those like fields comes from Brimstone, or at least research done at Brimstone. Anywho, one of the things that these four drifters found out is it seems like Brimstone is experimenting on illuminated people. They found this out because they were chasing after an illuminated monster, only to realize it was a person. It wasn't a weird new monster. It was a person who had been like transformed into this creature and reverted back into being a human after he was dead. That was Jack Taylor, who was a member of the cell of the FPC that they now are with in Las Brasas. They want to find out more about the FPC, more about Brimstone, track things down, figure out what's going on, and figure out how they can make a difference. And as they've kind of moved down that path, they have allied themselves with the FPC, at least on a provisionary basis. They joined up with the FPC in Las Brasas to help them get information that would allow them to track down somebody who escaped Brimstone. The people in Las Brasas don't have all the info necessary to track this person down, but they knew that if they got their hands on a military data pad and a Major's LRC tag, they would be able to find the information they needed. So last session, they began to formulate and execute a plan in which they would swap out the data pad with a fake and use it to get the info they needed. However, everything went awry when one of the members of the FPC, Orion Corby, went rogue because he was grief-stricken and rage-filled. And so he just started murdering people, and Dex took care of that situation swiftly with a clean shot in a showdown with Orion, killing Orion and then proclaiming himself for the first time to be a warden of the Silent Peak. And then
self-actualization.
And then he left the scene. Meanwhile, Eloise, having swapped the data pad with the assistance of one of the members of the FPC, Kit, snuck away with Kit with the real data pad. Porter was inside the saloon where the fight broke out, distracting the Major and one of his officers, or one of their officers, by administering medical attention. And Gus had kind of like thrown himself into the fight in the chaos, tried to get a hand on Orion, was buffeted back, and then after Orion died, kind of used that distraction to kind of disappear with the rest of the crowd dispersing from the chaos. So we will pick up with Porter. Because if I recall correctly, everyone else was like straight up leaving the area. Eloise and Kit were sneaking their way back north. Gus, you said you left. Dex, you said you left. I assume you two are also heading up north. So Porter, you're the only one still there with the militia right now. There is Major Nichols is wounded there. You can tell their shoulder is like dislocated. And like maybe even like there's another like blow to the elbow that might be a fracture. You're not 100% sure.
Sure.
But that is you saw the fake get planted back in the bag. So what exactly are you doing? The crowd has died down a little bit. People are trying to figure out what's going on. But you've taken control of the situation, at least with the major, because you got the one officer like applying pressure, and like they're fixated on you. So what is Porter doing at this moment?
He's still, I think it would look suspicious if all of a sudden he's like, all right, you're on your own, good luck. So, I think he's going to try and relocate that dislocated arm.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll a first aid test. Your med kit can assist you with this.
Oh, good. Oh, come back here. Good start, eh? Am I treating an injury just out of curiosity?
Yeah. We'll say this is a class 3 injury.
Just double check. That is 4 hits. And the threshold should be lowered by 1 because of my talent, doctor, that reduces the number of hits required to treat an injury by 1. So if it's tier 3 injury, how many do I need?
That you did it. You said you got 4 successes,
Nailed
right?
it.
Yeah, you're good.
That's right.
Yeah, so you just pop it in, and Nichols like lets out like a, not a shout, more like a stifled like biting, like clenches their jaw and was like, ugh.
I know. I tend to see if do the counting thing, you tense up so it doesn't go as smoothly.
They kind of
Yeah,
like
alright.
move their arm a little bit, and they're like, "Thank you. What is your name? What's the situation out there? Lieutenant Kane, report." There's like voices, and then you hear like footsteps, and stepping in the into the doorway is a woman who's a little bit beaten and battered from Orion, but is not dead. She's got blood like pouring down her face that she's like kind of wiped out of the way, and you can hear like movement as like the soldiers are like trying to clean up outside and figure out what's going on. And she says, "The bogey's down, but I think some fella came through and took him out and walked off. Said he was a warden. I think he. I'm not sure, sir. I don't think he was with anyone." And Nichols goes, "All right. Well, everyone, what's the damage? Stokes and Hall are down, and there's several more wounded, but ultimately, that's the casualties. We're trying to get the bodies back to the inn. We have one bogey in custody, a woman with a crossbow. We've taken her. We're taking her to the judge to be held." And Nichols goes, all right. Well, like straightens up. They get up and like pat you on the shoulder and says, "Thank you. Your name, sir?"
Oh, name's Danby. Nice to meet you.
Danby. I usually shake with my right, and they present you their left hand.
That's smart move. Just try, keep the pressure off it. Actually, a sling would be helpful if you've got it.
We can arrange that. Thank you again. Where are you staying at, Danby?
I think he gave me some names of inns when we first entered Las Brasas.
Yeah,
I'd like to
you
do
know the
something
town really well.
Yeah. Could I get the name of an inn on the south side?
Sure. Go ahead and roll manipulate for me.
This is the first time I'm actually meeting these people, right?
Yes. This is still first impression.
Okay. Not you. Not you. I have to choose my dice very specifically, so it's always a bit of a process.
Yeah, no. For this one, yes. Please take time.
My good friend, you are up against a 12.
I have. You know what? I'm going to spend 2 grit because I feel good about this.
Okay.
I'm going to play to the gallery down so that these 13s explode.
Ooh.
All right, so it's just 2 hits over your 12.
Okay. They don't seem suspicious. And they go, another place. I'll see to it that your room and board is taken care of for as long as you're in town.
Cheers, thanks so much. And I make a mental note to make a fake reservation at this place.
Yeah. And they step out from around you and go, all right, collect the bodies. Let's clean up this scene. We don't need people seeing this. I'm heading over to talk to Winters. You have the scene under control, Lieutenant? And Kane nods and says, of course. And Major Nichols, with a small contingent of soldiers, starts heading towards the mayor's office and the courthouse.
I asked the lieutenant, are there any more wounded out there that I could tend to?
The lieutenant was turning about to just leave you and stops and was like, what? Oh, no, we have our own medics. You've done enough, sir. Thank you again.
Oh. Of course, I'm always glad to help. Lieutenant Kane it was.
Yes, sir.
Here, sir. I hope you don't run into any more psychopaths out there.
Well, this one got the jump on us. It's not going to happen twice. And gives you a curt nod and marches out of the saloon.
And I think, do I know where the safe house is, or did we? I don't think we arranged for rendezvous. I think I'm actually gonna go back to the inn where I'm staying.
We're still telepathically linked, as far as I recall, right?
Yep.
Oh, is that right? I forgot about that. Right. So I then will just let everybody on the telepathic link know that they're leaving the scene of the crime. They don't seem to be looking for anybody specifically, at least not that I saw. And I will tell them where I'm headed to the inn.
Are you headed to the inn where you're staying, or the inn on the south side where you need to make a fake reservation?
The inn where I'm staying, so
the Charlton.
They don't have a location for me. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Charlton Arms.
Yeah, so you all get that message. At this moment, you're all still you're relatively close to your destinations, respectively.
Yeah. Do we have the information on the ad or whatever?
Oh, you mean the thing that we made? Oh, I've got that.
Okay, cool. So we know where the person Brimstone former Brimstone person.
Oh, well, I mean, I haven't opened it yet. I haven't gotten in, but yeah, hopefully. So
yeah, maybe we can all meet up and look at that info. We should maybe stop by the safe house and see how they're doing.
And right there, Gus, you feel the connection with everyone. Stop. and everyone else, you feel the telepathic link break down.
Oh, I will turn to Kit.
Kit like stops for like a second and then like goes back into like slinking into the shadow.
Okay. I guess I'll just follow him. I'm not sneaky, so I try not to give him away, I guess, as we head to the...
It'll be fine. We're almost there. I know a shortcut.
Okay.
Slinks around, like peels up like a part of like a fence that is like on like a hidden hinge, and like you two like go through there to like cut through some backyards, and then so Eloise, you and Kit make it back to Suze's. Dex, is that where you were also? No, you were heading to the Charlton.
No, I was heading to a rendezvous with
So you're going to
NPC.
you're going to Suze's. Gus, you're at Suze's too?
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah. So all of you converge. Porter, you make your way towards as you're making your way towards the Charlton. Porter, you do feel that like your telepathic link with everyone kind of cut off. Like when Gus is in mid-sentence. You all arrive relatively at the same time. Like Eloise and Kit get there a little bit quicker than everyone else. But then Gus and Dex come downstairs. Truman is nowhere to be seen at the moment. But like Kit is just kind of sitting there like nodding and like thinking, and then like goes over and like grabs a bottle and like pours a little drink of whiskey and like takes a small sip and like kind of like looks like he's not necessarily great at drinking whiskey, as he like kind of makes a face and like sits down and like wipes his lips and sets the cup down.
Yeah, I pour myself a glass. I'm like, hey, bud, it's gonna be all right? It's all gonna get figured out. Maggie and Truman are very capable.
I mean, Orion, I'm not surprised things went that way with him. I was hoping it wasn't going to go that way, but I'd kind of thought it was maybe a possibility, but Maggie getting snatched up as well. I'm not. We gotta do something. El, you got a thing. We should. It's what we were here for. We should keep moving forward. We should do the mission.
Yeah, let's take a look.
I think you're muted, Addie.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah, I mean, you have Major Nichols's
I brace for impact, and I try to get the information I need.
Yeah, you just slot it right in, and it just whoop, opens right up, and you have like the screen kind of lights up, and then also like a couple like projectors make a few like holographic like side screens that you can interact with, in addition to like the analog main screen. It's a directory of all sorts of things. I mean, it's the basis. What is loaded into this is basically like military documents and intelligence.
Okay. Yeah, I look for, I guess, like personnel, or like be on the lookout bulletins, or like alerts. And then I guess they said it was a couple of years ago, so like maybe the ones that have been established for a while.
Sure. So you can go ahead and roll lore at a +4.
Okay, and I get my 1 out of a kit, right?
Oh yeah. You have know it all.
I do.
Nice. Yeah.
Felt appropriate.
Yeah, you get 1 automatic success on this.
Okay.
And then, yeah, you start basically cross-referencing. You have info. You know when this person supposedly went to Brimstone, when they escaped Brimstone, how old they were. You know that they're military personnel, so you're looking exclusively at like those records, like active military personnel, or at least someone who was active in the last like 4 years. So like you have a lot of info to go on to find any people who match this profile.
Okay, so you said that it was a +4?
A +4, yeah.
Okay. All right. So Lore Master gives me a +1 as well, and I get 1 automatic hit, so it's a +5. So that counts. Okay, so that's 4 hits.
Okay. So you you see a you full on like beautiful mind like put up all the data and start like immediately like this data pad is not like difficult for you to handle. Like someone else may need to roll technology because they would be like too high tech a thing that they've like never interacted with, but like this is nothing. So you know exactly how to like start adding in like search filters and parameters and start like scrubbing data like without having to use your eyes. You're literally just typing in the like the like code that you need to make it like just start like removing things until it finds what you want. And like as like just like mountains and mountains of data like zooms by like at like breakneck speed, all of a sudden it's just like poop, 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 and like one of the projectors comes up with the face of a person, like looks like almost like an identification like photograph. And then like there's a couple like pages of like records, and it says like MIA on it. And you see the name Santiago Lucas. And you see an older man in like his like the photo's like timestamp is a little old, but like you put it at like you know, he's probably like nearing his 70s, if not in his 70s at the time of the photograph. You can see that he was an engineer in Fort Dearborn in the city. He was a technician and engineer. And you noticed something a little interesting, Eloise. You don't know a lot about Fort Dearborn's compartmentalization, but you do know that you noticed that like he previously a handful of years ago, like something like 5 or so years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago, had clearance to a lot of factories within Fort Dearborn, which is like strange in and of itself, just like in general for somebody to have like that many like basically be tied to that many different factories, especially in a place like Fort Dearborn that kind of compartmentalizes its like task forces. But this person apparently like had access to a lot of different factories. Once upon a time, he wasn't extremely high ranking or anything like that, but he was just like a chief engineer in a lot of factories. And then all of those like clearances got like deleted about 5 years ago, 4 years ago. They got like canceled. Like one at a time, like within like a 6-month period, they all just started going away. And then there's like a record of like transferred to Brimstone Garrison, R&D detail, and then there's not much record after that, and then it just said MIA with like no detail. Like there's, you know, that there's like they could have added detail to explain what had happened, but instead it just says MIA. Porter, you recognize
Porter's
this
not
face.
here.
Oh, Porter doesn't see anything.
I was gonna ask, can I do an observe roll to see if somebody actually followed me to the hotel? Because this was more of a like.
Oh, you're just doing a ghost?
to keep people safe, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I won't make you roll for it. Like, there's enough. Like you take the time to like make sure you're not being followed, and you're sure you're not being followed.
Okay, so if I'm sure I'm not going to be followed, I think that I do make my way, especially once, you know, nobody actually shows up at the inn. I can assume that they're in the safe house. So at some point during this research,
Okay.
I would have showed up.
Well, it took Eloise a little bit of time to get it. So maybe at this moment, Porter, you walk down the stairs. You missed Eloise doing all of the beautiful mind, like, you know, like searching and everything, but you walk down and you see Dex, Gus, Kit. You don't see Truman, and you see Eloise like with the data pad in front of her, and you recognize the face that is floating in front of her. Go ahead and roll connections for me. You've seen this face before. Let's see if you can remember where you saw it.
Oh, excellent. Next. Is this my first impression with this memory? Oh, I'm just fine about it.
Take a -5.
That's not bad. All right, that's 4 hits.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you remember when and where you met this person. It was a brief interaction, but memorable. You almost miss it because like basically you're like, that face looks familiar to me. And then like, it's weird. It takes you a second as you're coming down the stairs, maybe like slow down your steps just a little bit because like, you're like, that face looks familiar to me. Why though? I don't know that person. And then you realize that like the person in this photograph is someone you've met before, but like you met them and they looked very different. The person in this photograph is like clean cut, like pencil pusher, like military, like cookie cutter. And the person you met was a zany, kooky old man that caught your eye in Tobias Station when you were first starting out. Basically, you as you were trying to get your stuff set up, like you went to Tobias Station, and you kind of like collected enough things in Tobias Station to like start your like shop, basically.
Right, that was my first like landing pad. I think I flew into Tobias Station.
Yep,
right?
the family sent you to Tobias Station via air travel. And you were basically using family contacts to like get your base of like materials so that you could go off and be a peddler. And one of the contacts that you were like trading with and getting stuff from was a man named Danny Kilburn. He is the proprietor of Kilburn's Courier Service. And at the time that you were there, kind of like getting a little bit of like basic machinery and tech, like inventory. So you had like a variety. Kilburn was working with this old man, and you see the name floating there. It says Santiago Lucas. Like you never heard that name. They referred to this guy as Scruff or Scruffy. Like everyone was just like, hey old Scruff. And then like, well, what was that noise? Scruffy's in the back. Right. And, you like were kind of intrigued by this person enough to like have a brief interaction with them. And you. People tend to take a liking to you. And so you had like a brief exchange with the guy. You're like, oh, Porter Janus, you tried to introduce yourself. The impression you got with your 4 successes was, while you were able to somewhat ingratiate yourself to this guy, he was like, it was like you could relate him to like a small like rodent who was like always just like a prey animal who was always just like watching and looking over his shoulder and like checking everywhere and like just like constantly like he like caught your eye because he seemed completely uncomfortable with the fact that he was in civilization. And that was like the impression you got. Like he wanted to get out of Tobias Station. Like by talking to him and Kilburn a little bit, you like learned that like he only comes into town every once in a while. He's like an old scavenger, and he comes into town only when he has to like dump a bunch of stuff, and he uses Kilburn a lot for that. You think if there's someone who knows how to get a hold of this person, it is Danny Kilburn. Because Kilburn says like every once in a while I get in touch with him and like send him out on like an old dig or something like that I heard about. He is nonstop and very good at scrapping things for everything they're worth. So this guy, like, you remember him, you were nice, you had like a nice conversation with him a little bit. It wasn't really like, there wasn't much context to it. You were just trying to get like a feel for this strange character that you met. And he seemed to like you, but also was inherently afraid of everyone. And like left the social situation, and you presume Tobias Station as quickly as he possibly could after finishing the things he needed to do. Like he didn't stop like dumping his inventory while talking to you. Like he didn't stop anything. It was like he was like, I got to get in and out of Tobias Station as fast as I can.
Right.
Um, so yeah, that's what you remember. He's like missing a lot more teeth last time you saw him. His hair was much more wiry, and he was like not like clean shaven or like clean like the person in this photograph. But you remember, like that's old Scruff. That's Scruff.
Look, is that the contact?
I think so. Yeah, he's the right everything actually, except for. I mean, I think he's a scientist or engineer. He was given a lot of like leeway and had a lot of sort of like not influence, but like far reach. And then he was transferred to Brimstone, and then it says just MIA, and there's no explanation. So I feel like
I'll also add, looking at the stuff, Porter, because you got 4 successes. Just another thing that you notice, like knowing interpersonal stuff and everything. Another thing that catches your eye is that, as she says, like he had, look at this, he had all this access, he had like reach and everything. You notice that like he never got promoted. Through as he got those clearances, his rank never went up. And he did start getting demoted after those clearances started closing, but like for like a really long time, he had clearance to all of these different military factories as like a chief engineer. But he never got actually promoted.
Yeah.
Like his military rank stayed the same.
I don't know about scientist or engineer, but I've met him before. He was well, they called him Scruffy or Old Scruff, but he was out by Tobias Station, kind of a scavenger. I haven't thought about Scruffy in years.
Wow.
Look at this, and then I point out that he never got promoted despite all his actions. Isn't that strange? Shouldn't he be? I have obviously never been in the military, but usually when you're doing well, they give you higher rank, and he just stays the same all the way through.
Well, I suppose. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily feel confident in this guess or anything, but if you're really good at something, sometimes they don't promote you out of doing that. I think if you're the expert, you don't become the manager. You just keep doing your. That's what people always used to get mad at for not being promoted. Anyway, maybe that's because he was just real good, or maybe he's real bad at interacting with people. I couldn't relate to that.
I think if anything, if he was really good at what he was doing, then the thing that he was doing got more and more dangerous. If the military is trying to keep it secret, whatever he was working on was something huge within Brimstone.
I don't know.
You know how to get in touch with him?
Yeah, Tobias Station. I just need to talk to a guy. I assume he's still there. I haven't been to Tobias Station in a while, but
really,
yeah. And then he should be able. I suppose I could just send him an LRC.
This guy, you know his tag?
I know the courier's tag. I don't know if he'll have the contact information, but at least maybe where what's his name? Where he is.
All right. Yeah, no, that seems really good. Do you want to go do that, or should I
No,
go?
The door opens up and footsteps start coming down the stairs. Kit like stands up and like reaches towards like a drawer where there are some knives,
I definitely put my shield up.
Yeah.
And ducking under the banister, Truman walks out, sees all of you, like puts a hand up, and then like looks and sees like Santiago Lucas just kind of floating there in the middle of the table and goes, "Is that our guy?"
I think so.
Right. And he like looks at you, Dex, and you don't need to roll discipline to know that like he might have things he wants to say to you. But then he like stops and goes, Well, while y'all were coordinating coming here, Maggie was sending me whatever she had. They were taking her to the courthouse to lock her up. I lost her when they put a cuff on her neck. But as far as I can tell, they're not doing anything here. They're gonna leave. They're gonna leave first thing tomorrow. Hit the road and start heading back to the outpost, Hammer Trail, where they're stationed out of there. If I were to warn a guess, I'd say they're gonna interrogate her, and we can't have that. We can't have that. That would start leading them to us, which could lead them to the Raven or any other cells. So we're gonna go after her.
Okay.
And like he sits there and like looks at like Lucas and goes, "But we are to go after this fella too." I don't know exactly the best way to go about this, but I need a drink. And he like walks over and like grabs like a bottle and like just drinks straight out of the bottle and like sits there for a second and goes, I promised y'all if we got this info that you would be clear, free to go on. I told you I would get you in contact with the Raven. I can still arrange that, but the way I see it, we got two directions. I don't have a way to find this fella. Maggie was gonna be the one who found him. She's got, a way for that. But if y'all can track down this fella or start working on that, me and Kit can move after the militia and then double back after we got Maggie, get back in contact with you, and I can get the Raven headed your way. That was the deal. The deal was you get to talk to the Raven. I can see to that.
We can figure out a way to contact him. We already have a lead, so I mean, don't worry about that. As far as Maggie goes, I don't know how much help we could be with that though.
What kind of lead you got?
Oh, I know him.
What? And Kit goes, I met him once at Tobias Station. I think, kind of seeing like Truman is a little shaky. Like Kit kind of like stands up uneasily. And it's like, I think, probably the thing to do, Truman, if it seems right to you, is, you four make your way to Tobias Station, probably tomorrow. We want to lay low for tonight, I imagine. And then maybe once the militia's gone, you sneak off towards Tobias Station. We'll follow the militia, and then, I mean, if you would the Raven be able to meet him there, or and Truman goes, I don't see why not. I can let the Raven know where you're headed, and then he'll find you. He has a way of it. I'll tell him where to look for you. And he'll want to talk to this fella probably, and he'll want to talk to the four of you based on what you saw with Jack. So, we'll catch up once we're done. I can't say how long this is going to be. I mean, Kit, it's a death sentence to hit this thing hit them when they're on the move. We're going to have to wait till they get in and try to find a weak spot in the outpost. And Kit goes, shouldn't be too hard. Just need to get a look at the place.
I can. Maybe I could help you with that while we're waiting tonight.
Truman goes, "What do you got?"
Well, I look real nervous at like Gus. And well, I can put you in touch, and if I can look places I'm not, and I can find people when I'm looking for them, and things when people need to look at them, or if you lost something. So if you want to talk to her or look at where she is, or
Oh, I gotta look at the cell. I'm not 100% confident you can reach her when she's got that thing on her neck, but maybe.
I mean, I could, if she's wearing the same clothes she was, I can look at, I can find where she is and look in too, and I can share that with you if you want.
Babe,
I'm really sorry about Jack is the thing. So
weren't you that killed him?
it was.
No, it was fucking Brimstone.
I mean, Brimstone wouldn't have killed him. They were too inept.
They were doing worse to him. I don't think.
I feel
No.
bad either way. I feel like he could have been. It was both a mercy and also very much something that I would have liked to save him from. So
My experience, it's never that easy. I'm more happy that he's not suffering no more.
I have flashbacks to his anguished screams that made me die. But if you want, I can do a little bit of that for you.
It'd be nice to check in and make sure she's okay. I don't think they're gonna do nothing to her.
Okay.
But
Well, the connection will last for quite a while, so I can let you guys have your own. I can silo you away.
all
If you
right.
want, I can. If that's helpful, I don't know. I was real mean to Maggie, is the thing, and now I feel real bad about it.
Yeah, there ain't nothing someone like you said to her that she ain't heard before.
Well, it's the meanest I've ever been.
Yeah,
So.
whatever you consider a mean streak is breakfast to her.
Well, maybe it was a good meal then, I guess, if that's what you're trying to say.
I'd appreciate it. I
yeah,
don't necessarily want to
will.
compromise her with maybe the connection unless it seems like there's something going. I had enough time to talk to her before she went. I mean, Maggie, he says to Kit, and he's like, she was ready. She was just all business. She ain't sitting there in that cell scared. She's sitting in that cell conserving energy and being patient. She'll be ready when we go for her. She's been through a hell of a lot. This ain't much different than what she's seen before.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll spend do telepathy.
Okay, to make a connection with Truman.
Yeah, and Kit, I guess.
Okay. You guys see Eloise's eyes flash gold.
That is 4 hits, so that's a half a week. So I get to hang out with these nerds who I don't even like, and then And then I will. Was she wearing anything that, like, I know her cross,
Her crossbow is pretty iconic.
but she have like a necklace or?
She did. She had a necklace of an unspent bullet.
Okay, well, that's distinctive enough. I can do that. I have enough for that. Yeah. Cool. So that's a man. I'm rolling super low on these unopposed tests, which is great.
What power are you using?
It's detect item. So if I get 4, I get to look at it as if it was clairvoyance.
Okay.
And I will twist the knife to do so.
Okay.
Because I have 3 hits.
So you're at 2 grit now?
Yes, and so I will share that image of that room.
Yeah, you the first thing you see is the bullet hanging on a hook. In like a caged locker.
Mm-hmm.
But because you're using the clairvoyance power effectively, since you got 4 successes, you're not like you're looking at the locker. You can see through the bar, like through the. It's not bars. It's like a a diamond mesh. You see it back there, and then you look like around the room. You see on the other side of the room there are a few cells. One of which, almost exactly as Truman described it, is a very calm, patient-looking Maggie who is just sitting there on like a little cot next to like the toilet in her cell, just kind of like sitting there watching like the sunset or like the sunset finish on the wall of her cell.
Yeah. So I share that with them for as long as they want to look around. I will help them do that. I don't know if it's helpful, but it feels like helping.
Yeah. Truman gets that image and like goes, thanks. Like I said, I think we should lay low. I think if you have anything you need to get from your inn, maybe tonight or tomorrow, they're going to be looking around. I don't know what they saw, what they know. I know they're going to be dealing with Maggie, and a lot of them are going to be on that, but I just expect the marshal and the sheriff and everything just kind of be on high alert, looking and asking questions about Orion, trying to figure out where he used to hang out. So I don't expect him to be too far from Charlton. So I suggest we stay here, hunker down for the night, and then in the morning, as the militia's leaving, y'all can collect your things, and we can part ways, and I'll hit up the LRC tower. Send word to the Raven that you're gonna be trying to contact the target via Tobias Station.
Okay.
For my part, I apologize for how this thing shook out. I should have been more on top of Orion. I thought he had a handle on things. He's always been a bit of a hothead, but I didn't think he'd go that far. He like looks again at Dex.
Destroy you as a person.
Like looks again at Dex and like nods. Like trying to decide Dex, you can tell he like doesn't have the words to express what he's feeling. And he goes, I'm gonna be in my room. Just knock on the door if you need. And he walks through the door, shuts it. I think you all did great.
Hey, thanks. Yeah. You did a real good job yourself.
It's nothing really. I mean, that's not really. It's easy when they can't see you, right?
Sure, but hey, we could all see you in this room, and you stepped up in here too, bud. That's part of the job too.
Gus, I can't give you a grit. Kit gets teary-eyed and goes, thanks, sir. and then walks over to the table and like kind of sits there for a second, and then walks over and grabs a book and like sits down and opens it up and doesn't really look like he's reading it yet. 1 grit to Eloise from Lord of the Bard.
Yay.
So the 4 of you are in the FPC hideout. Kit is trying to occupy himself. Truman is on the other side of the door. Eloise has a connection with them and is feeding them. How long does your detect item? It's like long-lasting, short-lived. I did. If you said something, it didn't come through.
Muted.
I think that it's I think it's short. I don't know if there's actually a duration on it. I'll pull it up.
Okay. Yeah. So at least for a little bit, they're able to look at it, and then that goes down, but their connection stays with each other.
They can also hear it.
Oh, sure. There's no one else in the room. She's just sitting there.
Cool. It has no duration. I feel like I should maybe fix that.
No, there's probably a duration. It's just not in the version you're looking at.
I mean, it is the official version I'm looking at. So if it has duration, I should probably look at it.
Nice.
It says briefly, so I imagine a short-lived effect.
Yeah, it's short-lived.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Go ahead.
Ask a question real quick?
Mhm.
Is there any sort of registration that comes with owning a vehicle on Manifest?
Not particularly in like a factory town to a degree.
But this junker that I like sold the farm for.
No, it's mostly like you have like a registration for like where you're allowed to park it in most factory towns.
Sure. Yeah, then I think S's instinct, it might nudge Porter on this, is to get their vehicles out of the garage and like parked nearby so they can head out in the morning.
Fair enough. Should I pick your things up from the inn as well? I mean, it's probably best if the 3 of you lay low. I don't know if anybody saw you, Eloise.
Well, they've seen us before, and they had our pictures on papers. So
That was
Right.
that was Black Star though, so maybe it's not.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past Brimstone to be anywhere, but I
Oh.
don't think
You know,
it was
I can look into it actually because I have this military information bank. Please,
yeah,
can I find if there are is there like a bolo or pictures of us for like a
yeah. What do
to
they think about
find
us?
us?
Yeah, you remember that you only have about 24 hours with this thing before
do
you
remember
before you
that,
have
yeah.
to destroy it or it will give away your position.
Right.
But yeah, you search and using your extremely good Google Foo, you can see that there is no mention or record or anything about y'all, or like the most it gets is that there was a training exercise in the Malachite Mountains from the it's not Brimstone, it's what are they called, the maneuver brigade,
Mobility unit.
yeah, the 108th
Company?
maneuver enhancement brigade, specifically Daedalus battalion, there's a record of them being stationed, and then the just says like extenuating circumstances when it like set like when it basically has like a record of like we're gonna be here for close to like the legal limit, and then like their departure time, but it doesn't mention you guys. There's no mention of what happened there, and there's no like your names are not in any formal record.
Okay.
As I'm sitting next to-
High-ranking militia person, right, can look at this. There might not be like an alert for us, but if our name pops up because these soldiers talk to us and write it down, anyone at Brimstone can look, right?
On like a report or something?
Yeah.
Maybe. actually, but
If I was trying to keep my secret plans hidden and I needed somebody and I couldn't tell anybody that I needed them, I would have a guy whose job it was to see if they show up somewhere. I don't know if that
That's the reason.
tracks.
Hey, maybe you could look in that thing and see if there's anything on Black Star or
yeah.
he nudges Al. He's like, maybe you can use it in your peddling with a healing.
Sorry, I think your noise gate is too high. You keep cutting out.
Dang it. He says, yeah, maybe see if there's anything Black Star or that Black Star guy. Maybe he could help you out with your deals, your peddling and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I will look up Black Star, and I will look up I will look up
Henry Fawcett.
Henry Fawcett.
That is the name of the guy.
I will look up the incident, if there is a report of an incident in near the farm where we found that guy that everybody really liked that I did not understand.
Maybe we
Living
could
large
look up.
Lapidus.
We could look up like the Raven or the FPC, see what they know about that.
Well, okay, so here's the thing that I'm concerned with. We might be able to. I had the inkling that we could like plant false information, like file a report. We have the capability, if we write it, to like maybe do that with this before we destroy it. The report will be logged here, but it could have information that would indicate that like we or someone we're looking for or whatever is far away. I don't know if that's dangerous or not exactly.
To clarify, you know that means you would have to you'd have to attach to the LRC tower.
I do know that. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's, I'm not sure that it's a great idea, but it is something that I thought. But the more we query, the more searches we do, the more it might end up being that'll be logged that we looked into that stuff. So I guess we just have to decide if we're going to use this to plant false information or not. And if we are, then we shouldn't look up stuff that we shouldn't be looking up. But otherwise, we can access anything here. So I guess.
Does that thing have like an incognito mode or something like that? So they can't see your search history.
A porter, come on.
No, I don't think that's a thing.
Cute.
I don't think
I
it
just
has.
thought
Like
I'd ask.
no,
I'm
not.
I wasn't thinking about anything. Just kind of, thought it could be a thing. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know why anybody would be looking up anything that they shouldn't be looking up on one of these. So.
Use this if you can cover your tracks that way. It doesn't show up when you connect it to the LRC tower. I don't know.
So.
No, but I mean, like, it's an official. It's an official thing, right? So, like, if you were looking up things officially, like, I don't know why they would make that.
I think if we want to plan, I think if you think about planting false information, you should run it by Truman. His and Kit's necks are on the line. We're out of here in the morning. We might not come back.
I guess probably that's not a good idea then.
That makes sense. Should I can go to the LRC tower and pick up the vehicles and pick up anything from the inn that might be there. I've got a reservation to make anyway, so anything else that I can pick up for anybody? Some ice cream, I don't know.
Yeah, get ice cream.
Yeah, Porter, get ice cream.
Yeah. I'm glad we made it through that all right. Dex, I need to talk to you later, and then I go upstairs and leave.
You can't find ice cream. What you can find is like a hard, like almost like an astronaut like ice cream like bar at one of the general stores. It's just like in like a like big cooler that they lift up. There's a bunch of meat and then there's like a little shelf with some of those bars, so you can grab those.
Boy Scout camp.
Better.
You're able to get the vehicles, get them out of the stable. You guys had already paid for the week. You didn't stay there for that long, so you're good. You're able to get them to like nearby Suze's. Were you also going to Charlton? You can make a reservation. The hotel in the south side is way nicer than any of the inns at the south side. Or the
I
north
was kind
side.
of hoping to just send like, I don't know if Las Vegas is big enough to have like an urchin network, but I would send like, here, you get a spore if you make a reservation for me, and you get a spore if you come back.
Oh yeah, you can spend 2 spurs and make a kid go. Yeah, you absolutely are able to find that. 100%. No connection roll needed. You've been rolling great in connection in this town. Yeah, you can very easily be like, hey, kid, go do this, and I'll give you a spur when you meet me back here. Like, when you meet me back at that general shop, I'm going to go buy some ice cream. And you get him an ice cream bar, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Weasel. You did a great job.
Anything else you need, sir?
No, you go on now. Don't eat that ice cream too fast.
As he runs off.
I would die for Weasel.
That's weird. That's not even my name. That guy just called me that. Whatever. I got 2 spurs. I'm fucking rich.
Living large with Weasel and Lapidus.
Weasel Lapidus.
I would listen to that podcast.
Oh my God.
So it's 2 spurs to pay off Weasel. It's a spur, or no, you're making a reservation, so you're not putting money down. 2 spurs to pay off Weasel, 1 spur to like stock up on. You can get other provisions and stuff besides just ice cream from the general store. And then you get the vehicles up. You didn't actually need to hit up the LRC tower, right? You said LRC earlier, but I think you meant the stables.
The
LRC to contact Danny.
Oh yeah,
Danny Kilburn.
Absolutely. What do you send to Danny Kilburn? You have Kilburn's. I mean, it's a public listing. It's Kilburn's courier service. Yeah. So
Absolutely. I just sent a message like, "Hello, Danny. It's a pleasure to no. Hello, Danny. You know, it's been a couple of years or whatever. Just looking for a person. Do you remember old Scruffy? Just seeing if he's still nearby the town, and if you have any contact information or anything for him. Just like to pick his brain about something."
Okay.
And I'll send that via LRC. And I'll check my messages, though I don't think I have anything.
Yeah, I don't think you have any. I don't think you sent anything that you were waiting for responses back. So there's no new messages.
Okay.
Besides like your normal subscription stuff, you know.
Oh, right. Is there a new light in the darkness? I know I can't leave town without checking.
There is a new light in the darkness.
We'll pronounce the new light in the darkness.
It's so convenient that every time we're going on a long car trip, there's another light in the darkness to listen to. So looking forward to it, obviously.
That's the business model. Of course there is.
Yeah. This issue is called A Gift from Old Scratch.
Someone's watching us.
And you know Scratch to be the name of one of the 2 moons of Manifest.
Gotcha.
What's the other moon's name?
The other moon's name is Tika.
What'd you say?
Tika.
Tica. Tika.
Ah.
Tika and Scratch. Those are the 2 moons of Manifest.
They get pretty hot a couple times a month.
All right. So one thing you noticed, Porter, because you said you were also going, were you going to go pick up stuff from the Charlton?
From the Charlton, yeah.
As you get nearby the Charlton, you do see that there are militia soldiers stationed there. They're not like straight up standing guard, but they are there.
Do I recognize either of them?
You don't recognize the two soldiers, but looking through the window as you're like, because they have the windows open, it's a nice evening.
Yeah.
You do see Major Nichols, in the lobby talking to the person behind the desk. And this is like the middle of the night.
Interesting. Ooh. Is there a lot of stuff that's at the end that I should definitely get?
I think
Like, what are we leaving behind?
Eloise, like all of Eloise's stuff.
Almost everything that I own is in my room at the Charlton.
Well, can't be doing that then. Okay, I have a plan. Is this a house of ill repute?
The Charlton?
The Charlton, or is it just a regular inn?
No,
Is
no,
there,
it's just a straight up it is just a straight up inn. They don't even have a bar. They just have a kitchen.
You're looking for the
That-
Charlton legs.
Yeah, the Charlton is not also a brothel. There's enough of those up and down the strip.
That's fine. That's fair enough. Yes, I'm gonna enter the inn. I've gotta get this stuff.
Cool. You walk into the inn, and the kid behind the counter goes, "Oh, he was with him," and points at you. And Nichols turns and sees you. What did you say your fake name was? It wasn't Dingby. It was
Digby.
Denby.
Denby.
Goes, Denby? And they walk up to you and go, "Are you sure?" And the kid goes, Yeah, they helped me. Their friend had a lot of drink, and they helped me get her situated in her room. And Nichols looks back to you and like eyes you up a little bit more, and then they go, "Look, I don't think you and your friends were in league with that maniac, but I came here trying to seek out the fella that put him down. Kid says you know him. That's so?"
But I'm sorry. I was in with you. I don't know who shot. Who do you mean? I guess is my question. Are you talking about the person who was the maniac, the psychopath, the person who shot him? I
No.
didn't see him.
Smaller fella. Young, short hair, blonde, blue eyes. Wears a cloak.
Oh, the cloaked fella. Yeah, the one with the guns. Right. I think well, he had a pretty cute friend, honestly. But yeah, right the other night I led them back to the tent.
What you doing here, Denby?
But she said she left some stuff here, so I'm gonna pick it up. I'm not ashamed. I happened to take her to the inn that I was staying at the other night. And so she said she left some stuff here, so I'm going to pick it up for her.
Whoa.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Go ahead and roll your manipulate. It is not
My honor has been impugned.
it is not first impression.
That's fair enough.
How old Denby gonna get himself out of this one?
You're up against another 12.
Yikes.
That's shocking.
Cut that out, Tommy.
I can't help it.
Seriously. Don't like it. All right. That's fine. So I got no hits, which means I'm gonna wink and a prayer this. I would like to try again.
Sure, yeah. Use the talent wink and a prayer,
Re-roll this
reroll.
social test. Good. That's Right, I've got a 12 and a 13.
Hey! So this friend of yours, newly made, she travels with this gunslinger.
I don't know if they travel together. I don't know how long they've known each other, but the night I met them, they seem to be familiar. I don't know.
Denby, I like to think I understand what went down there in that saloon. Now, maybe you and yours were there for some reason. You were there for some reason, and that fella was there for some reason. Maybe your nice little friend was there for some reason, too. Now, if you're telling me the truth, then I guess consider yourself notified that traveling companion is a gunslinger, so mind your manners.
I do appreciate the warning. Wow, thank you.
And if there's a little bit more to the story than you're telling me, that's fine. It's your business. If it's possible for you to send word on to this fella, let him know I appreciate what he done. I lost a couple good folk today. Would have lost a hell of a lot more if he weren't there.
I can't believe he took that big fella down. He was right angry. Must be pretty fast.
Yeah, must be. Well, that's the way they are, ain't it?
That's right.
Blink of an eye and you're
If,
dead there,
well,
Denby. And he gives you they give you like a point, a jab in like in the chest.
I'll just have to try not to blink then.
All right, Denby.
Tell you what, let me know if you need. How's your arm feeling?
It is in a sling.
Mobility, yeah, all right.
Yeah, you done the trick. I think it should be right as rain in a few days.
Good. Just I shouldn't be busy at the inn, so just come see me if you need another checkup.
Right.
And I'll go up the stairs and I'll collect the things out of my compatriot's room.
When you come back down, the militia is gone.
Good. And I'll give the bartender a bit of like an evil eye, but I'm not going to say anything to him.
What I asked as you walk out.
I don't know if this major is my dad or Eloise's dad.
Oh, Denby,
Mind your manners
you
there.
incorrigible dog.
Denby. All right.
Gunslinger's girl. Woof.
Yeah, you make your way back to Sousa's. You have all of your friends' gear. Unless anyone is doing anything else tonight besides just resting up from the ordeal. Kit calls it an early night. And then early the next morning, like before the sun's even done like completely like rise, it's just like there's like a slight light in the air. Truman is out, goes to the LRC tower. And then Kit is gone. Anyone who's awake like that early, like can kind of like as they're leaving, like hear them talking a little bit. And Kit being like, "You sure this is a good idea?" And Truman going, "We don't really have another choice. We're gonna have to count on them." And then Kit goes, "And after what that fella did to Orion," and Truman goes, I'm all twisted and confused about that, kid, but you know what? The way I see it, nothing else could have gone down. If he hadn't, it just would have been more blood. Maggie would probably be dead too. So we cut our losses and assume it that fellow was acting in good faith. Now you get eyes on Maggie and them. I'll go to the LRC tower and we'll move on. And like you hear that as they like move up the stairs, shut the door, and the four of you kind of like get up and like open up the curtain, and you see a note that's from Truman that says like, on the job, reach out if you need to. Raven will find you when the time comes.
Yeah, I think we get going towards Tobias Station then.
Yeah, in the night, I would have asked Elle to fix my armor because it got punched all the way off.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can do that. Hold on.
Yikes.
Yep. So you roll that. You guys can like get your food, get your stuff together. You wait. The militia leaves Las Brasas. You can.
7.
They don't
Not
do a promenade out of town. They're just gone. You said you heal 7 to the armor.
It's got 11 to full.
Okay. It's 2 cubes. Do you have them, or do you need me to spend them?
I do not have any cubes.
Okay.
I have some spurs.
No, it's fine. I have enough. Cool. On our way out, is just Lolly tending Barba any chance?
She is.
Wonderful. Okay. So I'm gonna try to be sneaky, even though I'm sure I will not be. And I'll just like I'll be like, oh, I forgot my thing or something. And I'll just like I'll walk over to her and I'll be like, hey, this is not me trying to intimidate you or anything, but I do want you to know that I know that there's a second crossbow and it ended up in the hands of Nicolette Dubois. So you should square yourself. Because I don't have a temper, but other people do.
The hell are you talking about?
Well, you're a weaponsmith, and I saw the design that your daddy made. So either your daddy's a great liar, or you're a good smith.
I don't understand. So, Nicolette Dubois, I don't understand. I don't know that name. I don't understand what you're accusing me of. It's early. I ain't too pleased to be addressed in this manner. So, how about you quit beating around the bush and tell me what you're thinking, or move on?
No, okay. There were people who were in another FPC cell and they attacked us. And they had a what is her last name? They had a either a Staples stolen design weapon, or they got it somehow. And since Up and Down, everybody swore that they don't know these people. I haven't said anything to anybody, but like, what's going on? And we're leaving, but we're probably coming back. So I guess you should just sort of. I'm trying to do a nice thing, not a mean thing. My friends are much more ruthless than I am, and I just thought I would let you know that there is some suspicion. That's all. I'm sorry.
You say you
I
talked to my
guess.
daddy?
I mean, is he not the artisan man? Staples in Artisan Row?
My daddy? What you doing talking to my daddy?
I had to go pick up something, and then I really liked his shop, and it just happened to be your daddy. That's all.
I have some stuff I should. I gotta finish opening up, clean out the
Okay.
kitchen.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, and she like walks away.
Eloise isn't that way, but I am. And then I just go with the guys, and we peel out with 2 precision drivers, I guess.
Yeah. So, y'all leave town, right? Is there anything else? Any last minute business anyone needs to do? Like check the LRC? I don't know.
That was the last thing I was gonna do, is just see if I know
Kilburn
he gets
got back
up
to you.
early, so if he
Kilburn did get back to you.
he did not.
Did.
He did.
Kilburn sends you a message saying like, Miss Janus, it's been too long. If you make your way over to Dubai Station, let me buy you a drink if you got the time. Old Scruff is still kicking. Just the same as ever. Strange you mention him. I just spoke to him recently. I got him on a job. Salvaging out an old station found in the south of Punch Peaks. Should be coming back soon. Or if you're looking to cut yourself in somehow, you let me know. Happy to do business.
Is the south end of the Punched Peaks, is that like a direct line between where we are and the buy station? Is that right in the middle?
It is. You do have to drive around, like you have to drive down and around the Punch Peaks to get to Dubai Station. There's a lot.
Right.
It's a pretty like, it's one of the big mountain ranges. It's the south end of it is thousands of miles. It's not specific enough for you to be like, I'm going there.
Right. I'll reach out back to him, and then right. Kilburn, thanks so much for getting back to me. I'll take that drink hopefully sooner than you might expect. Birthday. And and we can head out of town.
Okay. Cool. So it's going to take y'all about 6 or 7 days to wrap yourself around the Punch Peaks and make your way to Dubai Station. You you are able to get there without any sort of kerfuffle or anything. It is
malarkey or
malarkey or shenanigans.
Yeah.
You drive for 6 or 7 days. You read that issue of A Light in the Darkness, a gift from Old Scratch, where basically last we left Rico Kasich, he had found this monstrously large wasset that was also illuminated, and it had like a brand on it that made it seem like it was part of this like research lab. And he gets there and the research lab seems abandoned, and like it's been abandoned for years. And he went there with like this whole thing like he was gonna like do justice or whatever, and when he gets there it's completely empty. And so he's really confused. And so he starts sneaking his way through, and it's a very suspenseful, like everything is like, like you're on the edge of your seat, like, oh, whoa, where's it gonna go? Like the novella equivalent of like jump scares, as like something falls over and like a rickety part of the station breaks and he like falls down and like, but he's okay. And then he finally finds a scientist, but when the scientist turns around, they have a baby wasset, also known as a clapsock, on their face.
Yes.
And it lunges at him and tries to grab him, and he has to like shoot it down. And then he realizes, like looking at the data, that these wasset aren't wasset. They aren't from Manifest. They're from the moon. And
that wasset came from the moon.
They were the station was researching this like chunk of old scratch that broke off and fell to the planet, and it had bacteria that grew into these wasset-like creatures, but then the creatures were illuminated and they killed all the scientists. And when he realizes this, he hears noises and he turns around and there's all these shapes. He has to fight his way out of amongst all these wasset moon monsters, and like he like blows up the station behind him, like he's all bloodied and like in the like snow, like panting and like coughing. He's been torn to shit. And there's just like fire behind him. And he like stands up and is like, all right, another case solved by Rico Kasich. And then he remembers that's who he used to be. He used to be someone who went out and solved things. He wasn't always lost. He always knew how to find the answers. And even though he can't find the answers he's looking for, there's still things that he can do. And so he says, from here on out, I'm going to keep an eye out. And if I see something astray, if I see the line is like, if I see a picture frame crooked, I'll straighten it. And and that's where it ends.
Man, I love that Dan and I were like, our characters get into a comic, and Tommy was like, all right, here's my Black Freighter. Let's go.
Yes.
And in this one, he's played by Kurt Russell.
Yes.
Dang,
Yeah, I was thinking of David Duchovny in Evolution.
Oh, sure.
Remember him and Orlando Jones? Man, classic.
Dang, y'all, what an issue. Y'all think that's what Brimstone's gonna be like?
You mean
I don't see any possibility where it's not that. It has to be.
Yeah, right?
I think it's all clapsock faces.
I don't know, something
That's
like
right.
that.
Moon clapsock faces.
Yeah.
You're muted, Addie. You're muted, Addie.
There is no indication that will be anything like that. That's not.
There's no
way to know that
indication
it's
it
not
won't
that.
be.
It's a secret. It's
That's
a
right,
secret government
see?
lab.
The whole point is that you don't know what's happening. So, it could be this.
I think it's probably not that, but I'm going to keep an open mind that it could be that.
We're going with deductive reasoning
This
here,
is-
not inductive reasoning.
That's not. You. It's been a day and a half since my connection has dropped with the Kit and
Truman.
I'm gonna in this moment of frustration do something productive, and I'm gonna reach out to Scruff.
Okay.
Gonna let them know we're coming.
Go
He's on
ahead.
their side. Oh no.
Go ahead and roll.
Listen, if it's moon clap sock illuminated monsters that we're dealing with, I don't think it's this Scruff guy.
Go ahead and roll
No, I did not roll well.
telepathy.
That is like
I'm
the
gonna
90s.
bamboozle you.
Okay.
I'm gonna bamboozle you 4 times.
4 times?
Give you a -4.
Wow.
Shite.
You guys gave me all this grit. Take some of it back.
All right.
Eloise is like the girl in like the 90s movie where like her little brothers are annoying her and she just grabs the landline and marches it into her room and lays down on the bed and starts calling her friends.
Yeah, it's accurate.
Okay. Okay. So -4.
Mhm.
Okay. How much grit? I only have 3 grit, right? I have a 10.
Okay. That beats my 4.
Okay. I will. I think I'm just gonna let it be a short-lived effect.
Okay.
I think I'm just gonna let it be like a quick little touch.
Cool. So you reach out, you feel a connection between
Okay.
you and Santiago Scruff Lucas.
You have to say more of a sentence, Tommy.
That's it. No.
Okay.
She feels the
okay.
connection. The sentence
right.
ends there.
Hi. My my name is Eloise, and I was wondering if maybe you would talk to me because I'm in a little bit of trouble, and I heard you might be able to help.
Send that out. That's where we're gonna take a break.
Cliffhanger.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
snap.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh no!
snap.
Hold on. Are we taking a break, or
Are
is
we
there?
taking a break?
Is there? I can't see the Discord. Did what just happened? I think just happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
A little bit.
The video is turned off. The video is turned
Not
off. I'm
terminally.
over here. Hi. Oh. Nothing happened.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing happened.
Yeah.
Nothing
Not a
happened at
dang
all.
thing happened.
We're gonna
Y'all
take.
didn't see a
break.
goddamn thing.
I didn't see it.
They didn't see anything. I just got shoved off the screen. I'll be back. All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. I got basically 10 o'clock on the clock, so we're gonna say 10:10. See y'all at 10:10. Bye. Make sure you're here when we get back. You don't want to miss it.
I'll be here. I want to see you.
Hello. We are back. And what is this? What is this?
What is it? What is it?
Guys, we have a guest star.
What? I don't know. What the heck?
What?
How did?
We captured a guest star, finally.
He followed us to stream. Can we keep him?
Gotcha. It was caught.
Hi, everyone.
thanks for
We
having
have a
me.
guest star. This is Alejandro Tay. Say
Hey,
hi.
me.
Say hi, Tay.
Hi, y'all. I'm Alejandro Tay. I use he him pronouns. I'm so happy to guest star on Manifest.
Surprise, surprise. We've had a guest star all along. Tay's just been waiting. That weird graphical issue you saw was Tay hopping in the chat for a second and then
You know,
popping out.
I've literally been just like leveling up. I mean, I
All
was
right.
hoping I could just stay off and level a bit more before. No.
Tay's just been grinding XP off screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Tay is joining us playing the soon-to-be iconic Scruff. For anyone who just joined, we have a new overlay for our new 6-person play, and the last thing that happened was the 4 drifters you have been following thus far were leaving Las Brasas towards Tobias Station to try and track down Santiago Scruff San Lucas, who is going to be played by Tay. And the very, very last thing that happened was Eloise, in a bit of frustration due to how silly Light in the Darkness is, decided to do something productive, and that was use her telepathy power to reach out to Scruff. And I rolled for Scruff. I rolled poorly, and she was able to make the connection. Scruff, let's dial the clock back a little bit here. All right. You got sent to some coordinates in a cave in the mountains. There was like a landslide, like a rock slide boulder broke open like a cave wall. And there was like Danny Kilburn got information that there was some salvage to be had there, and you happened to be around Tobias Station at the time, so Danny Kilburn sent you to go get it, because even though you're pretty sure, like at this point you're pretty sure you can trust Danny Kilburn. He seems like he's just there to make money.
Been at this for a few years.
Yeah, and so you you go there, you take the job. You're there. It is it's not as great a find, but like it's still pretty good. There's like good decent technology there, which is always hard to like find. So you're scrapping that, and then you can get like the bones of like some old world like foundations and tech, and like those materials can be really useful. You haven't found anything that's like necessarily a gold mine or anything like that, but you've been working on this site for about 4 to 6 days at this point. And you're getting pretty close. It's
I
like
could go for weeks.
it's a small.
That's just the beginning.
It's just a small little job. You're almost done with it. You have maybe another like 8 hours left before this thing is completely picked clean and just almost looks like a cave mouth with some scaffolding in it. And you've loaded up. I believe you have a rooster strider, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like you're walking up and you're taking your bag and you like toss it onto the back of the rooster strider. You have this massive, frankly alarmingly large, like in a net, like amalgamation of like wires and metal and scrap that is like threatening to tip over your rooster strider.
Alarming to who? I'm not alarmed.
You feel something that you are familiar with. You have felt it before in the past. You know what's happening. Someone is using luminescent power to connect their mind with yours. And instinctively, you're like, no, thank you. But it's not good enough. The connection is made. You feel the connection, and there's actually like a few seconds of just silence as you sit there waiting for them to say something, and they sit there waiting for you to say something. And then finally, you hear a young woman's voice saying that she's reaching out to you because she's in a bad spot and she's hoping you can help. What is Scruff's response?
Are you Wussit?
Am I a wasset? No,
Yeah, if you're a moon monster, you have to tell me.
I'm not. I'm not a moon. What?
All right, prove it. Tell me 3 facts about Manifest.
Wait. What? No, I don't
That
want
sounds
to.
like a Wussit would say.
Are you? Did I reach the right person? Are you?
Who do you think you reached?
I was looking for Scruff. Santiago.
Yeah.
Lucas.
I'm sorry, what was that name?
Santiago. Lucas. I heard that you maybe escaped from Brimstone.
Where'd you hear that?
I stole some militia files that told me.
So you don't come from no moon.
I'm
You
not.
just stole government files. And now
Yes.
you're talking to me in my head. That's what you're telling me.
That all of that is accurate. Yes.
Let me ask you, Tommy.
Yeah.
Let me ask you. Would I know like generally how far out this power can reach? Would I be basically I'm trying to figure out like, are they close? Are they far? Like, would I have any idea? Any guess?
There's no way for you to know how far away they are because all someone needs to do this is to know the person, like know at least the name, and the more information they have, the easier it is for them to make a mental connection. But like if they
can
have
reach across the planet.
they can reach across the planet. Yeah, they just reach out and can tether their mind to somebody who they are familiar with, at least by name, if not more.
Cool. So then while we're still talking, and I'm gonna keep her on the line as long as I can, I'm gonna ditch this site and immediately start like getting to leave. I want to like abandon my current location as fast as possible.
Just immediately
But
jump
at
on
the
the Rooster
same-
Strider.
Oh, absolutely. But at the same time, I'm trying to like keep her going, and I'm like, all right, you have my attention, now talk.
Well, so Brimstone. I was in Waypoint, and then Brimstone. There was like a monster attacking things outside in the Malachite Mountains, and then it turned out not to be a monster, but an illuminated man who had somehow been mutated. And Brimstone Garrison like sent some people, and they were like, "We're coming with you," and then they were like, sort of like, kind of holding us hostage, but not really.
You found
like,
all this. You found all this in the government files you took.
No, this happened to me, and then we were looking into Brimstone to like try and see how we could like hide from them or get away from them or whatever, and then I found you and your information and your Fort Dearborn file, and
I don't have nothing, all right? I don't have no information. I don't got nothing on nothing, okay? Whatever you think you know, this Santiago San Lucas person that you think you know, I don't know him, all right? He's dead. My name's Scruff.
okay. Okay.
What do you need? What are you looking for from this San Lucas person?
Well, under the premise that they're dead, I suppose nothing. But maybe if they were alive, they would like have information about Brimstone and what they're doing inside there, and they're like disappearing illuminated folk and what's happening to them, and how to. I don't.
You seem to think that there's something bad going on.
It feels like yes.
All right. So then if you knew that there was something bad going on, what would you do about it?
Depending on the severity of the badness and the scale and scope of it, either help or run. And I would like to know which one I should do.
Huh. Well, we're all going to be running soon enough, but... Okay. Supposing I believe half of what you just told me, what's your name?
My name is Eloise.
For my count, Eloise, from what you just told me, I hear 2 true things about Manifest. You still got 1 more before I know you're not a moon monster.
Okay. Is there a category you would like to hear about?
Yeah. Tell me something a moon monster could never know about.
Okay, do you think moon monsters are like from Iron Harbor at all?
From what in the what?
Iron Harbor,
Iron
you would at
Harbor?
least know that Iron Harbor is one of the big factory towns.
I don't actually know the scope of like what a moon monster would or would not know unless they can only observe
What you know
it.
about factory towns? You work in the factory. You government
No,
worker.
no, I ran away from a factory town.
You
So,
ran
but I
away
lived there
and
for
you
a
out.
while. Yeah, I left.
Okay. All right, I like you.
Okay. Is there a way that I could meet you?
We met. Aren't you excited?
Meet you in person?
I don't know about all that, but if you want to tell me your current location, then maybe we could think about it.
Oh, sure. I give him our exact location.
Just around the arm of the Punch Peaks, heading on the main trail to Tobias Station. And then she follows up with actual coordinates.
Coordinates and speed and velocity and direction. Yes.
Where they plan on stopping next, like, and all that.
How close is that to me? That's probably a lot closer than I was expecting. If I thought that this could reach across the planet,
that is remarkably
that's like, oh,
close.
Shit.
When she kind of talks about like velocity and then gives you an estimate on where, like, what coordinates she thinks they're likely to set up camp for the night, you know that you could get there in you could before sundown, like a little bit after sundown, basically. If you left now and headed to the location where they're going to be setting up camp, you could get there like as night falls.
Do I believe that I would be able to get there before them?
No. Well,
No.
They would have gotten there and probably like set up camp because usually people are setting up camp like while they still have daylight.
Great. Then if it is at all possible, I want to find a way to like hide the Rooster Strider somewhere that isn't gonna like pick up attention, like camouflage it, hide it away. I want to sneak up on their camp. I want to be able to get a read on these people before they can get a read on me.
Absolutely.
That's possible.
Okay, cool. So you just like, you basically like, as soon as you get her talking, you throw your tools in the back, you jump on the Rooster Strider. It's kind of like in like a hunched down mode with its legs kind of closed in on itself. And so it like extends up to its full length. And it's like, as you go like running down the mountain. And you, instead of veering right towards Tobias Station, you veer left towards the coordinates Eloise.
Well, that's actually really helpful because my Rooster Strider can't actually veer right very well because the right leg isn't as long, and it does a weird thing where it can turn left pretty easy. But right
Rooster Strider has a limp, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So, you start making your way there. You know you're going to be able to like stop well ahead of those coordinates. hide away the Rooster Strider, and then sneak up after that. We'll cut away from that. Eloise, the connection cuts off because you only had it for a short-lived effect.
Right.
And you're in the car, and Porter, Dex, and Gus are still talking about how cool that light in the darkness was.
I'm actually really interested to see him get back to like solving mysteries on a regular basis.
Yeah.
It's been so like we've been following. He's been trying to find his wife for so long, and I feel like he's just been letting things drop on the wayside. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, has he been paying like rent or whatever or upkeep on his like detective's office? Like he hadn't been there in like years.
Like you'd assume hopefully he'd own it by now. You know, maybe it's just, you know, sitting there collecting dust. Although you still have to pay taxes on it, I suppose.
Ugh. Man, I mean, what is it? It's like 1,000 spurs, 2,000 spurs in a town.
Wait, you have to, even if you own it, you keep paying for it? What?
Depending on the
Yeah.
place.
Like there's all sorts of like taxes on like if you own your land, even if you're working it, you got to pay because it's in someone's territory and they're like protecting it, I guess.
Oh, well, you only have to do that if you don't know how to get around it, though. That's what my daddy always said.
There's a way around it? Oh my god.
So Eloise, do I take it you don't tell them that you reached out to...
I'll wait for a natural break in the conversation that I don't think comes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Night begins to fall. You all pull over. Eloise, your calculations were spot on. You're like almost exactly at the coordinates that you estimated. And night begins to fall. So you guys get your camp together. Scruff, you arrive as night descends and the sun like fully sets. And you see the light of their campfire in the distance. What do you do, Scruff?
How close do I need to be to sense if any of these fools are illuminated?
You can do it now.
I'm gonna do it right now.
Okay, you spend one of your shine, and you use takes one to know one, and you know you see what you see. Describe the scene. Describe what the camp looks like. I hear Porter is plucking away.
Yeah, I think Porter's like plucking away. If the camp is set up, I think Dex like volunteers to take first watch. And so I don't know, like it doesn't seem like it's time for people to start going to bed yet, but I think Dex like is kind of on the edge of camp, sort of like doing the beginnings of watch.
I think Gus is reading a book that he borrowed from Kit, and like every so often he has to walk across the campfire to Eloise and be like, "What's this one?" Towards like longer words, and like very often it's like, "Well, that's a name." It's like, okay, all right.
Oh my god, I love that so much. Yeah, I am working on a project, like tinkering, but only half so because I'm now paranoid that I have made another terrible error in judgment.
Okay, so that's what you see, Scruff, and you just kind of out with your like intent, and
yeah, and I close my mouth because I know that my teeth are glowing just a little bit, so I just like shut my mouth real hard
yeah.
to make sure that they don't see a light in the darkness.
That's the name of the thing. Yeah, you cover up your mouth and you feel like this like aura around the young woman sitting there talking to the large older man in his like 40s, this muscular guy who's like bending down and holding a book that is probably a pretty large book, but is in his hands looks relatively small as he holds it up to her and like points at a word, and they talk a little bit. You see a gentleman sitting back, his matted hair kind of like in the air as he's taking off his hat and like put it on a little like peg nearby him, and he's just plucking away at a nice like high-tech like stringed instrument, and and circling around, not like a hawk necessarily, but just kind of like kind of getting a lay of the land. You see another young gentleman around the same age as the woman, around like the 20 age mark, walking around, and he carries himself with a certain kind of purpose that you can like tell, like that dude's like an eagle eye hawk.
Ooh, okay. So everything that's happening right now, I feel like if this is a brimstone trick, if they finally found me, if they're gonna pull me in, then they did it smart. They found people, they mixed in some illuminated folks to throw me off. They've got, they've hidden every one of their markings. It doesn't look like a military outfit at all, but you can never be too careful. So I want to flip up my hood, and I want to like slip into the night, and I want to see if I can creep up a little closer on him, specifically on the eagle-eyed guy who you said kind of like had some pretty sharp senses. I want to creep up and see if I can find like where they've got their things, because for me, the stuff people have tells me more about them than anything that they say. So I want to see if I can get into their packs and stuff and start like rummaging through it.
Sure.
Without them noticing.
Okay, so you have your photoreplicant poncho, which I believe I wrote down on your character sheet how that operates. So you got that. So you just get those bonuses straight up. Are you using any of your illuminated powers?
I know that they've got illuminated on the case, and I think that this might be a trick. So I think this is important enough. Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Okay. Which illuminated powers are you using?
I'm gonna shadow cloak myself, and I'm gonna be prepared to blink in case I think I'm about to get spotted.
Okay. So go ahead and roll a somatics test. Take your somatic attribute, divide it by 2, and roll that many dice. It's unopposed. However many successes you get increases the efficacy of your shadow cloak.
This is my first manifest roll, y'all. I'm so excited. Okay. Ooh, those are so low. I've never been so excited to roll low. What is this versus again?
This is an unopposed test.
Oh, okay.
Your target, your somatic
It's your
power.
somatics number.
Somatics.
You
Okay,
have a
great,
talent though that raises that target number by 1, I believe. So whatever your
Correct.
somatics is,
It doesn't matter because it's all. I've got 5 hits.
Okay.
Man,
If I did it right, 4, 6, everything's below 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So you get a +4 to your sneak on top of whatever you get from your photoreplicant poncho. So whatever your sneak is, all of those bonuses stack. And then also in addition to that, what I know the photoreplicant poncho gives negatives, I believe. It might just give you positives to sneak. I actually forget.
It just says +3 to sneak.
Cool. Because you got you get anyone who's trying to see you gets a -4. And I will say right now, Dex is the only person who is actually actively trying to keep an eye out for you. So Dex, I need you to roll an observe test at a -4.
Okay.
And Scruff, I need you to roll a sneak test with all of those bonuses. A +7, it sounded like.
May I also roll?
Sure.
Because
Oh
I
yeah,
know that
you
he might be
are
coming.
aware that there might be someone coming to these exact coordinates.
Ooh,
I may
okay,
have done a very bad thing.
I'm reliable with my thing, so I get to re-roll one, right?
A failed one, yeah.
A
As long
failed
as it's
one.
not a 20.
I failed a 1. It was a 19. Okay, yes.
Porter, I do need you to roll a blend or manipulate or discipline test against Eloise. Because she is trying to play it cool right now and act like she's not freaking out about the fact that she summoned somebody. Dex is too busy like scanning the horizon for threats to like catch on as like Eloise gets more and more panicked.
This
So-
one's got a capital at the start, but so I thought it might be a name, but it's the beginning of the sentence. So like those ones are tricky sometimes.
So it's not a name, but it
Okay.
is a place. So
All right.
I guess it's a name of a place is the thing.
Okay.
But
You capitalize
basically,
the place names too.
if it's like like if it's like a field, like you say the field, that isn't going to be capitalized.
Mhm.
But like Fort Dearborn or Waypoint, when it's got like a name of its own, when it's been named, that is like that's got a capital. So like,
Okay.
does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think I got
So
it.
it's like if your car, right? Did you name your car?
No.
Okay.
Should I?
Well, okay. Oh, I got it. Okay, so you know how like pit stop is the name of Porter's mechanical horse.
Right.
So mechanical horse.
I need to know what the
Is-
rules are.
I just want to triple check and make sure that I'm doing this right. Because I'm using illuminated powers, it's insight, not finesse, right? Not sneak, or it's still sneak anyway.
It's still sneak with finesse. You just get a bunch of bonuses to it from your insight powers.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. In that case, it is 2 hits.
What's your highest success?
My highest possible success is a 6.
What dice did you roll?
Wait, possible? I'm rolling d20s,
Wait.
right?
Yeah. No,
So
I'm just freaking out because like your target
With
is
all those bonuses, your highest is a 6.
I mean, you can
Am I
roll bad.
calculating this wrong?
No.
Seth,
So,
you
hold
can
on,
roll bad.
hold on.
Sorry, he said the highest.
Simmer down.
Guys,
was
guys,
6.
guys,
That's
guys.
why that's okay. Sorry.
No.
Sorry, yeah.
So for with the D20, basically your bonuses raise your target. So if you started at like a 12 or something for your sneak roll, then it would
Yeah.
raise your target up like 17 or 19 or whatever. The highest your target can be 17, but that's like splitting hairs at the moment. So anything below us, like say that 17, that would be a success. So so it's not the number on your sheet, it is the number. So if like the highest thing you rolled on your finesse dice that you rolled, which is half of your pool rounded down, is a 6, you did it right.
Yep.
yeah.
So
It's
I
just
rolled a 4 and a 6.
it's just a bad roll. Dex, how did you do with your -4?
So I felt it was really important to clarify. You can just roll bad because I've gravely misfired.
Can we have a stinger once an episode? Can you really quick give us a stinger, Seth? You feel like the appropriate person for the grave misfire stinger.
All right.
Yeah, my only success is a 3, and I have a natural 20 in my pool of 3 dice.
Oh
Wow.
no!
Wow.
It's nice.
That round down the every time.
Wow. Okay. So
I do
so you do the sneak. Wait, what did Eloise get?
I rolled a 6. So I still am beat by your 6 because aggressors win, but it's only 1 hit over me. So
Thank you all for rolling as poorer than me. I really
6 was
appreciate
my
it.
target.
Really,
so
I just noticed. I'm just noticing that you all just like really take care of your guests here. I really like that. That's nice.
You know, before Tommy told
Gotta be
me, like,
courteous.
I need you to roll, I was like, I think I just choose to fail.
You just but instead you failed the worst way possible. Okay.
Good.
So, Scruff.
Mhm.
You put up your hood and the full replicant poncho does its job and it begins to mimic the terrain around you. And then as that happens, you put a hand in front of your mouth and reach behind you and you literally grab the shadows and pull them in front of you like a sheet. And
I like
as
to imagine that it's like a tooth, like some teeth missing, but like a Cheshire cat smile
yeah,
in the darkness that just like
yeah, moves like this a little bit and then the darkness slowly covers the teeth until it's just a shadow. You make your way over to this camp. No one seems to notice you. You actually get up right behind this eagle-eyed like sentry they have. You like slip around and like just perfectly time it. As he comes around a rock, you wrap around and you are just part of the shadow behind him. There's no way he knows you're there. You see that this guy is wearing ornate, like finely crafted. You can tell it's finely crafted armor. But it looks like the methods behind it are like they feel very old. It feels very like you know what like modern armor making methodologies are like. This is not that. Like for a second you think like this guy might be part of a tribe or something like that. Like the way this armor was crafted, the materials it was crafted.
Young guy, right?
Yeah, young guy, like 20 years old. And this armor like speaks to like a history that is not his, or like not his alone, right? That he is part of a larger like group of people who have an ancient history.
Who looks to be the highest ranking in this group? to my perspective, who would I think? I'll full transparency. This is what I want to do. I want to go rummaging through the bags of whoever I think is the highest, because I want to make sure and just verify that this is not like a brimstone, like search and rescue, like
sure.
Kill squad in disguise.
So I have an important note, given that I have rolled a grave misfire. Dex took and kept the Black Star patch when they jumped us.
Okay. Well, you don't have that, like, is that in your stuff or like in your pocket or something? Like, you're not wearing it.
No, I know, but like if he's gonna go through bags, right?
Cool.
The Scruff's peeking around on stuff. I don't know. That just seems like pretty bad if that's the first impression, is all I'm saying.
So
is the biggest and the oldest. Like, looks like way older than the other three.
Yeah.
But
basically what you get is like Gus is by far the oldest. Porter's like maybe 30. Eloise and Dex are like early 20s, and then Gus,
I know from my experience
like
that there are some times when people promote young guns above those with experience and wisdom. No, so I know that.
Judging by what you've seen and so on, so I'm gonna extend a little bit. So what you see is this kid has this ornate armor, and the guns on his hips are really well crafted. Same kind of thing. Like, you see that they are like they're plain. They're not like, there's not a lot to them, but they are still like immaculately crafted, and more importantly, extremely well maintained. And you've heard of gunslingers, and you think that this kid might be a gunslinger or like a gunslinger trainee, just judging by the like way he carries himself and like the like kind of history behind his armor and his guns.
Do I know if Brimstone has hired gunslingers?
There's no way Brimstone would. There's no. The only thing Brimstone would get would be like fallen gunslingers. Like that's that. Like gunslingers hard opposed to Brimstone. They're like Oath of the Vengeance, like paladins and stuff like that.
They're so good. They're so tricky. They knew exactly what I would be looking for. Good.
You look over, you see this man playing his instrument. You can see you immediately say like, that guy's not in charge. He's just like kind of sitting there playing. He is like, you know, a little bit like entertainment, little bit like heart of the team. Like, he's just like the everyman like of this group. Like, he is there to like.
Familiar about him though. Something familiar.
You do almost recognize the face. You linger on that for a bit. You're like, I feel like I've seen this guy before. I don't know. So that may put you on edge a little bit. You hear Eloise talking, and it's the same voice you heard in your head, so you can immediately identify her as the person who reached out for you. So that immediately skyrockets her to like maybe being someone who's relatively in charge. But also, she talked about being in trouble, so like, who knows? But what probably distracts you more about Eloise is what she is wearing. The armor that this woman is wearing is spectacularly crafted. It's immensely good. Eloise, describe your armor.
Sure. So it is powered armor, but it is technically socially adaptable. So what it retracts like an Iron Man Mark II suit. So it is like basically tiny sheets like folded in on itself, so that I can activate it at a moment's notice. It's also got like resilient tech. My Omni tool is worked into a gauntlet that I wear, that you can see glows through it. And then also it's got an armored frame and some night vision goggles that snap into the neck piece around it. It is e- extremely divinely crafted, and it kind of looks like little like almost like insignia a little bit, like the way that they're like shaped like crescents all over like the joints on my body.
Oh man, what I wouldn't give to even be able to like just like peek through, just like take a chunk of the Omni tool even like. And I look down at Tola and my little like Omni tool, and I go, no, baby, no, don't worry. I'm getting ideas, like how to improve a little. Don't worry, you're so good. You treat me right. It's okay. And I think looking at all of these folks and knowing what I know about Brimstone, I think I'm gonna go peeking through Dex's stuff if I can.
Absolutely.
Because I think like maybe they gussied him up as a gunslinger or something, but they would put if it was like a field mission, they'd put someone on who was on like had guns at the ready, was like ready to take charge of that situation. I identify him as probably being the one to peek through.
Okay. So what I need you actually no. Dex Grave misfired. So what you get?
You want me to tell you what's in my inventory right now?
Yes.
Okay, these are the things Dex keeps in his inventory. He's wearing his night vision goggles. His filtration mask is like, and the survival kit, I imagine, is not like a hard to carry around thing, right? So it's maybe like part
Built into
of
the
like
belt
part
or
of him,
something
or
like
like
that.
set, or just like set next to his stuff, and very clearly a survival kit. Inside Dexter Bailey's pack is a Black Star patch, flares, bullets, binoculars.
Okay.
uh,
Is
The-
that
No.
it? Is that it? That's all that's in your pack?
Sorry, there's a first aid cube.
yeah, and some medical supplies.
I can't help. See, here's the thing. I cannot help but take the first aid cube. Those are hard to come by. And I just don't know. I just don't know. That's just out of habit more than anything else. I just pocket
You
that
just
away
immediately
just
take
because-
that. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it's like Fallout instincts. It's like maybe I don't need it, but like it's going in the inventory.
Cool. So Dex
so that
removed
one is
that.
just
I already did.
Scruff added a
this
first aid
Black
cube.
Star patch.
Yeah. You are familiar with Black Star by reputation. Dan was pointing out the fact that there's kind of a connection between Black Star and Brimstone. That's not something you're familiar with. But you know about Black Star from just reputation. It is it used to be a legitimate mercenary company that was, hired out for like personal like security and armed force stuff. And then they had too much collateral damage. They didn't follow the rules, and basically they became an illegal mercenary company. You recognize their patch. So like this kid has a Black Star patch like that identifies somebody who is part of this illegal mercenary company. This company that is known for their ruthless tactics.
Okay. All right. I think I know who I'm dealing with now. All right. I'm gonna also pocket a flare, and I'm gonna hightail it out of there back to my Rooster Strider, or just away from their camp just a little bit. I want to come back in on an approach, but now that I know or think I know a little bit more what I'm dealing with.
Cool. As you leave, Eloise, you see no one, but you do see Dex's tent flap move when there's no wind.
I okay.
Look, we never finished my role. So do I notice her noticing that?
Maybe. What was your role? Eloise, I do need you to oppose this.
Oh, okay.
With either blend or manipulate.
Okay. I don't have playing the
manipulate.
player. Oh, but it is.
You're
a
the
manipulate
active.
roll.
Yeah, you're trying to not, unless you're just making it obvious that I assume you're trying to keep a low profile.
Yeah. Porter's gonna yell at me. I didn't get any successes.
Porter, how many successes?
Oh, good. So that's 4 successes.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Porter, you've been sitting there. So here's what's happening, Porter. You've been sitting there playing your mandolin, and you've known since before you guys got to camp that Eloise did something. And so you're just like waiting to see what she does. You know that she's done something. You're not 100% sure, but you have an idea that you're like, I find it a little strange that maybe she never brought up the fact that she could have telepathically linked with this guy the same way she did with Henry Fawcett. And
Because we did talk about that.
and like she never brought it up. Now she's getting really nervous. I don't know that that's what she did, but I think maybe she did something like that. And so you're just kind of sitting there and you're just leaning back, playing your instrument and just watching her talk to Gus and slowly squirm a little more and more as you can see that she's getting more and more nervous. And like, because she's getting more and more nervous, you can now confirm in your mind, that's what she did. She told the guy that you guys are here or are going to be here. And now she's nervous about this guy's arrival. And then you see her like snap up and stop listening to Gus entirely as she looks over towards Dex's tent. And you don't see it like in the full flap, but you do see that it is moving. And you know Dex is like way over there. Right. And like she like looks there and looks out at the night. And you can like read that she has seen something that no one else has. And you also have the pre-knowledge of what you're pretty sure she did do.
Yes, and I think I need to use the facilities. I need to.
Oh, no.
And I
Sounds
like.
like an emergency. You better go take care of that.
Okay. And I like don't want to leave. I get up and go out to the like edge of camp, and I guess I just stand behind a tree or something.
And as luck
Or
would
like a
have
rock.
it, Dex is nowhere near that part of the camp. Dex, you've actually found, you got distracted a little bit because you saw some tracks of what you think might be a tea kettler.
Sure.
And like, you just get a little bit lost and you're like, maybe there's a tea kettler nearby. I've never seen a tea kettler in person. And so like, you're like,
I've heard about them, but I've never heard one.
yeah, you know that they have a very powerful screech and you're like, I kind of want to check it out. And so like you kind of
I like look back at the camp and like Gus is there and like he's with Eloise and like Porter's like chilling out. Like maybe this is just fine.
so
I haven't
you
seen anything. I've only seen these tea kettler tracks.
yeah, and you indulge
You know what?
yourself a little bit.
Do you know what? You can just make up the line whenever you want. Maybe this is just fine. I can go see if there's a tea kettler.
Yeah, so he goes the opposite direction that Eloise does. Porter, you see Eloise get up and rush to the edge of camp. Scruff, you've made it away back a little ways, and you see Eloise come to the edge of camp.
I think what I want to do actually is I want to go find my rooster strider and I want to come right up to camp. I actually want to. I figure if they've come this far, they're gonna chase me down. They're gonna hunt me down. It's not worth running. It's not worth whatever. But I think that I know what I'm dealing with, and I think that maybe I have the drop, so I'm gonna press that advantage, and I'm gonna like ride my Rooster Strider loudly and noisily right up to the edge of their camp. And ideally I want to get, I want to like call attention to me and to the Rooster Strider and like kind of park it almost like a little too close to all of their stuff.
Cool. You're gonna absolutely do that, Eloise. You have to like step out of the way as the Rooster Strider comes out of the shadows. You hear it before you see it. Comes out of the shadows, moves by you. Porter, you stand up. Dex, you are distracted from your tea kettler stuff. Gus, your eyes snap up. You see this Rooster Strider laden with a massive amount of materials rush into camp like a little too aggressively, stop and like settle itself down, and an old like 76-year-old man or something clambers out of this Rooster Strider. I believe he is like relatively short and not very physically intimidating. In fact, allow me to show all of you Scruff's character art.
Ooh.
Yeah. Let's do it. We're going to look at some more character art by Kate May. Here we go.
I love that this man exists.
Whoa. His shovel, his gas jets.
Oh no, it's a fact.
So yeah, so what you're seeing there on his arm is his Omni tool Toda, which is not an Omni tool at all. It is just clearly like a bunch of things that have been like strapped and welded and tied together. Functional, but absolutely not the magic of an Omni tool. It's not like, ooh, it can become whatever it needs. No, it's like he's got to like bend and crank and twist. He has that photoreflective poncho. And as he's like there in the Rooster Strider, he looks down and he's like hobbling up and over and like clambering down and going,
All right, so you're not moon monsters. What are you then?
and I'm gonna like land in the dirt and I'm gonna like park myself, kind of like lean back against the leg of the Rooster Strider.
The one that's a little bit longer than the other one.
Oh yeah, it's more comfortable.
Sorry. Who are you?
I mean, Porter.
No,
you've
I
seen
think
it.
the question is, who are you?
I come back into
All right,
camp.
fair enough.
Porter, you know him. You met him.
No, I know. He hasn't recognized me though.
Oh, sure.
Am I supposed to? Oh, wait a second. No, I do know you. I won some spurs off of you in a card game once, right? No? Okay.
I wouldn't say that. No.
Are you the guy with the dynamite?
Would that I were.
I'm
That
gonna
would
get
be-
this. You're the train guy. No,
No.
I mean, it's like on the tip of my tongue.
Then Kilburn.
Wait a second. Kilburn didn't send you.
No, he didn't send us, but that's where we met.
No idea.
Fair enough. So, and I kind of look pointedly at Elle. So how did you find us?
Oh well, you make kind of like a big noise as you're making your way through. It was pretty easy enough to pick you up from the mountains and whatnot.
And then I'll turn to Eloise and go like,
That's a big wink that no one can miss, not even Gus.
I die on the spot, I guess.
L too. Okay, well then I guess I got better be quick about it. Hi, my name's Gus. Gus Gurley.
You was it?
Nope.
All right,
man.
good enough.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, you there with the smoke wagons?
Am I there?
Yeah,
I thought you
yeah.
said, I thought you said I was like distracted off.
No, you
I
got
didn't know if I heard it.
when he rushed into camp, that caught your attention. You like arrived now. You had to like come
Okay.
back to camp.
I hear it, and out there, like realizing how far away from camp I am, I'm like, no, that was too much.
Hey, you
Porter
there?
Janus.
You there with
Most
the
high
smoke
time.
wagons?
Yeah,
Where'd you get those?
they were given to me.
No way. Okay, well then that means you can make 100% profit. What are you asking for them?
They're not for sale.
Oh, come on. Everything's for sale.
No.
How about your services then? All for you.
Guess it depends on the job. I can't really speak for the group.
Great. What kind of job and how much would it cost to get you to find an old man out in the middle of the mountains and start asking a bunch of questions about Brimstone?
I think we did that one for free.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you have a terrible business plan. It's awful.
You're not kidding.
Okay, so like, what's this about? Were you serious before? You're trying to find out what's going on back there?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, is it a bunch of moon wassets? A bunch of moon clapsocks?
Wait. Are you a fan?
and I pull out the latest issue.
we were just reading it on the way down.
No.
We never miss an issue.
Oh, that's amazing. Hey, Rico Kasich fans are friends of mine any day.
He's the best.
I think I'm gonna at this point when when Gus says that they're fans of the comic, I'm gonna like hit the Rooster Strider and it's gonna like sit back, and my whole like plan thing to just like unload and dump out all the salvage on top of them. I'm just gonna like tell it to like sit back and chill.
It actually settles into an actual stable position.
All right. So then tell me what this is about.
And I'm gonna throw down the Black Star patch.
You Black Star or what?
No, not even a little bit. Actually,
They tried to kill us. Where'd you get that?
right.
Where'd you get that?
And I'll point directly at Dex.
I took it off some guys when they tried to kill us and we didn't know who they were yet.
So you're making your way across Manifest. You're not making money. You're accepting gifts of fantastic weapons just like wherever you go. And you're getting attacked by pretty incredible mercenary companies, but surviving and taking their stuff off of them. I don't get your whole thing, but it seems like if there was anyone who could march back there, oh yeah, I guess you'd have to be dumb enough to not take a job for that. Okay, all right, I'm in. Where are we going?
That's up to you. We were hoping you had more information on sort of what's going on there and like.
Oh, sure, I got more information, but like, Yeah, that's a sad story. You don't want to hear it. Look, you want to know they're doing bad stuff. Yeah, it's real bad. It's real bad. All right, that's all you need to know.
All right, yeah. I mean, we sort of already knew that.
I think we were
that's-
kind of hoping for sort of more concrete details of like less of the stuff and more of the
all right.
how
You
to.
want to play 20 questions? I get it. All right, pepper me. Let's go.
How are you involved with Brimstone? Did you work for them or were you an experiment?
Oh, okay. All right. You just look at me, looking at a poor old man out in the desert, and you go, oh, they must have experimented on him. They must have picked apart his brain and put it back together. Is that what you're thinking? You'd be entirely right if you were thinking that. Yes, absolutely. 100% correct. But I was also hired at the beginning. They hired me. It was an honest job to start, and I work for honest work, honest pay. I've never said anything different. And then just one day they stopped paying me and started poking me with scalpels and whatnot. It was a mess.
Dang.
What were you developing for them?
What was I developing? Oh, I didn't even know what was going on half the time. I thought that we were looking into illuminated powers, how it all works, where it comes from, how to suppress it. But no, Pruitt's got something else going on. Couldn't quite ever figure it out, though.
Is Pruitt a name that we know?
It's not a name that has come up yet in your journey. No.
Wait,
But
who
Porter and Eloise could roll. Porter.
Wait, are they the medical company?
No, that's Soma.
Okay. Soma.
Pruitt's not a name that has come up yet, but
Okay.
Porter could roll connections at a -6, and Eloise could roll lore at a -5. Based on your backgrounds.
You said connection is at a -6, right?
Yep.
I got 2 hits. Because know-it-all
Because
counts,
know-it-all,
right?
yeah, know-it-all gives you
Okay,
the
I have
automatic
2
success.
hits.
At the very least, you know a little bit about something. You have approximate knowledge of many things.
All right. I've got 2 hits as well.
Okay. So you're not 100% sure because he only said the name Pruitt, which doesn't mean everything. But based on what you know about Brimstone and what little bit Scruff has revealed so far, you both, I don't know how much you lend credence to it, but like there is a prominent name in the like scientific community that is Ulysses Pruitt, who is a renowned scientist and researcher. Both of you, like Eloise, you've like read his publishings and his papers. Like you just part of your like education from like sometimes there's like something in physics is like Pruitt's theory, right? Like there's like straight up this man is like relatively old now, like in his like 60s or something, and he is one of the like big brilliant scientific minds. He's published papers on all sorts of different topics: medical, technological, mechanical, like biological, all the things. And he's been, both of you know, he's been like basically retired from the public eye. He hasn't, like Eloise, he hasn't published papers in about like 6 to 8 years. Porter, you know his name because of some of the, like, you've been learning medicine and stuff, and so like some of his papers came up then as well. again, you're not 100% sure. He just said Pruitt, but like it's kind of like it's not quite the same as saying Kennedy, but but like you know that there is a name in the scientific community that is Pruitt, and usually it means Ulysses Pruitt, but you're not 100% sure that is true. You just know that that's what Brimstone's up to, is like science stuff, and Pruitt is a name in the scientific community.
So, I'm sorry, did you say Pruitt? Is that like Ulysses Pruitt?
Bless you.
Or
Salute.
I didn't.
X laughs at
So
you.
anyway, I was working for Ulysses Pruitt for a little bit. I was his assistant there in Brimstone. Yeah, I was as surprised as anyone else. I mean, I had just been working in Fort Dearborn until this whole thing happened to me.
And is there any way to just like lightly
Yeah,
pull
sure.
up?
Yeah.
So his teeth start to glow. Like they like within them they are just like beaming with energy, like they're gonna like pop like light bulbs, just like overcharging. And then they go down and he goes,
Oh, all right. Yeah, they kicked me out of that place right quick. And Pruitt picked me up. Well, there was another one, a captain before that, but sent me to go work with Pruitt. Pruitt came out of retirement. We were working together. It was all fine and dandy. We were working on mine cuffs or something like mine cuffs, something better than mine cuffs. And then they cuffed me. And I was like, that's just rude. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I knocked over a beaker or whatever, but that doesn't mean you just like chain me up and start doing stuff. That's not right. Well, anyway, that went on for a couple years.
So you said they're
That
trying
was
to,
the.
you
A
said they're
couple
trying
years?
to suppress insight powers?
Oh yeah, sure. They're trying to. Well, they're trying to do some of that for Soma. They were trying to do that for Soma. And I don't know. It's all kind of foggy. I don't think they ever got anywhere with it though. That was a while back.
I have a feeling they used your research because they did get somewhere with that. They are developing these things to, I guess, to suppress illuminated power.
Use my research. They used a bit of me. I was the research. It was horrible.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Did the illuminated power cuffs, did they work on Jack Taylor? I don't know if I ever actually saw them be successful.
They hindered him a bit.
Right.
I think he overloaded the one that we got on him, right?
He broke them mostly. They're like
Yeah.
their structure was not strong enough to stop him from just.
No,
straight
I
up
thought I
snapping.
remembered like Gus got one into him and like he burst it. It was too. No, he just snapped
Nah,
it.
He just snapped it.
Yeah, he just broke them every time.
And he
broke
burnt
the stick, and I
the
felt bad about
crap out of Gus as well when he
No,
did
maybe
that.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
whenever
Yeah.
Gus touched him, Gus like was being burned and his shine was being pulled out of him.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get down to brass tacks here. I've told you a whole lot of shit. It seems like it's surprising to you, but you're also not opening fire on me or trying to take me in. So what's the deal? You all FPC or what?
Not really.
A little. I mean, we were working with them.
Not really or a little. I mean, there's kind of an ocean in between those.
I
We're
I guess,
affiliated.
They
little,
were
yeah, that's right.
Sure, you take jobs you don't get paid for from them.
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. No, I
we
guess
got
that's
inside
exactly what we
information,
did.
kind
Yeah.
of. Well,
All right, if we're going to be working together, we have to sort of come up with some kind of negotiation fee pay structure sort of thing, because I don't work without getting paid. So if we're going to be taking on jobs and things like that, if we're going to take the, if there's something you can do, you don't do it for free. So let's just, work something out, hash something out in writing. What kind of spurs
Do
you
you
got on
take
you right now?
cubes or spurs?
Oh, yes, actually.
Botanic.
And the
botanic's
moment
fine.
Eloise offers that, I'll be like,
What exactly are you working on at the moment? You know.
Yeah,
Oh.
Eloise had a project.
Yeah, I haven't actually
Mm.
rolled for it yet, but
Yeah.
I've been prepping for what is it? It is a I wrote it down. It was a where is it? It is a grav stability harness. For that one in particular.
Yeah, so it's a gravity manipulation harness that allows, it's basically like a replacement for a parachute.
so this is probably like nothing I have ever been able to make, but maybe something I might have like
Absolutely.
done maintenance similarly.
Yeah, so life.
I'm also wearing one right now.
Yeah,
oh
the-
no, I have a mag belt right now. Never
life.
Well, you're
in-
wearing a whole bunch of stuff that is absolutely incredible. So
mind. Yeah.
Life in the factories. The thing about the factories on Manifest, like the ones that are in the factory towns, the actual factories, is there's so much amazing technology in there that like basically people like you, Scruff, figured out a way to maintain and repurpose. But like so it's a similar thing. Like they would like be putting like massive pieces of machinery together using anti-grav like tech, like anti-grav like cranes and stuff like that. Like so this is that same kind of thing. Like you aren't unfamiliar with them. Like Fort Dearborn military would use them for like paratroopers and stuff like that. But it is extremely high class technology, and this 20-year-old girl is just straight up like making it from scratch. Like she has found the parts that she needs to make like a gravity manipulation matrix, and has repurposed it like multiple times onto little nodes throughout a harness, and like is starting to get those pieces together.
You teach me how you're doing all of that, and I'll forgo my fee.
Okay.
All right, we're in business. So you got any grub? Because I'm starving.
Can I I just want to like do a quick. Can I roll discipline to see like how all there Scruff is?
Yeah, Scruff, you can choose to resist this with blend, or just choose to fail, whichever you want.
sorry, what exactly are you trying
He's
to
getting
do?
a read on you. He's like basically
Yeah, I want to know if Scruff
there's-
is like totally off his rocker, or if any part of it is like I pretend to be a crazy old man to throw people off, or like I just want to know where on that scale Scruff falls.
Yeah, absolutely. Porter, what did
¿Por qué
you?
no los dos?
What do you got, Porter?
I part of the supplies that I bought were just like some of the jerky that was there. So I tossed him like a package of jerky. Take the wrapper off,
He has
Jesus.
a hard time eating it because he's missing so many teeth.
It works better on this side.
Yeah, I got like some licorice.
Say that again.
Licorice. It's like a candy. I also got other candy if that's not.
Is that an offer?
Yeah, you want some licorice?
Yeah.
Yeah. Get out his remaining tub. So he's passing around some licorice.
It's a tub.
He's got like a jar. He's got like a jar of licorice. Yeah.
I think as the jar comes around, Scruff like holds it and just does one of those things where like he takes as much as he can without getting his fist stuck in the jar, and when it comes time to pass around, he just holds on to it.
Oh, wait. We're going to Brimstone. You want to see inside that place?
Yes.
Do you have schematics?
Oh, schematics. I was a prisoner. I dug my way out of there. You think they let me keep anything? Oh, they just send me out the way. Okay, here's your brochure. Here's a map. Come back again and see us sometime. Wow, for someone so rich in licorice, you sure are short on brains. No, I got something better.
And I think I'll turn to Eloise because I think of all the people here, like she has telepathy. She has shown herself to be very capable. I'm gonna be like,
Hey, you, open your mind. Pop in there. You're going to want to see this.
All right, I will cast telepathy for everybody. I will activate my telepathic abilities.
and I will open up my mind bank.
Yeah. Dex, what did you get on your discipline?
Oh, I wasn't sure if I needed to roll anymore.
Yeah. You don't really have to. I was just gonna make Tay decide how much you get off of how many
Oh,
successes you
Oh,
get.
everything. At this point, they gave me licorice. We're working together. They're not gonna shoot me. We're good.
It's 4 successes.
Yeah. So Tay, describe exactly where on that scale, if not multiple locations on that scale, Scruff exists.
Yeah. It's like you were thinking of like where on this spectrum, but it's like a graph like this,
Yeah,
and you've
sure,
got
it's-
points in every quadrant. Yeah, absolutely. You probably get the sense that like whatever they did to him, like knocks some gears loose.
Sure. Okay.
Eloise, did you roll telepathy?
I did. I got 5 successes.
Okay. That makes it a much longer connection.
Have a week. You're stuck in my brain.
So Porter, Dex.
Or are you with me?
Oh, I can shut you out whenever I want.
That's probably good for everybody.
Yeah, Eloise, Porter, Dex, Gus, Scruff, your minds all get connected as Eloise's eyes glow that brilliant gold light again. And then that gold light kind of like passes into each of your eyes for like a second, just like a flash. And she bridges all of your minds together. And Scruff, you're accessing your mind bank.
Oh yeah, I want like the very first thing when the connection is made, I want them to just be like dropped in media res to my memories.
Perfect. Yeah. So you get a series of memories. One thing I'll say, like, Eloise, you don't have the mind bank ability, but you know a lot of things about a lot of things, and you know a decent amount about like the known illuminated powers. And mind bank is usually clearer than this. Mind bank is meant to be a power that is like the people who have this ability, typically they report being able to have perfect 100% recall of the things that they bank in their mind. This is not that. This feels damaged. It feels like there are parts of these memories that are like either physically or emotionally like so like damage that like it's not a clear scene as much as it jumps around within the scene, so there's parts of it that are gone. But you see a slightly younger Captain Desmond Schaefer sitting across a desk from a slightly younger and much more put together Santiago San Lucas. An old man pushing on 70 who is sitting in a like an office with Schaefer, and Schaefer's basically like giving him the sales pitch on Brimstone. Something you guys have kind of heard a little bit before. He says like, I mean, honestly, we could use a mind like yours. I understand that like there's people around here in the city that, well, they look at you after what happened, and you know they look at you different. I imagine that's got to be hard.
It's not been easy.
Well, let me tell you, here over at Brimstone, we care more about what you can pull, what you can do, the knowledge you have, than anything else. And honestly, your position as someone with your abilities will help us even more in that research. I'm telling you, son. Or not son, you're way older than him. I'm telling you, sir. If you come and work with us, I mean, with Ulysses Pruitt, you and him hand in hand, I can't imagine what the two of you will achieve. This is a chance for you to get a hold of your life again. I understand they tossed you in the curb, and it breaks my heart, sir. After your service,
Captain Schaefer, I'm not looking for any kind of handouts. I will put in work, and you've seen my file. You know that I'm a hard worker, and I will earn this opportunity, and I'm gonna make all of you proud over there. I'm gonna make sure that you know that you backed the right horse this time.
he puts a hand on your hand and goes, "Sir, 40 years of service, the things you achieved, you've earned this. You've done great things. It's time for you to do some more."
That's all I wanted to hear.
He turns it into like a handshake and shakes your hand, and then the memory like fades out. And then you get like there's like a like rush of like little snippets, like you hear like some voices like, "What freak, what?" No. Like weird little sounds, and then you drop into another memory and you see Schaefer again as Santiago walks into Brimstone Garrison, which none of you have seen before. It's a large facility, 3 to 4 stories tall at different sections, fortress of a garrison. Santiago walks in, he moves through the things, like through like the initial security checks. And as you go through, Santiago's stuff are like taken. They're like, "All right, well, we're gonna need your LRC tag, all of your personal effects. Go ahead and put on this uniform here." And you just immediately hand them over, and they take them, and they like issue you like an ID badge like on your like uniform, and then you.
Where are they taking the? Do I pick those up later? Or?
Santiago asks this to Schaefer, and Schaefer turns, and it's a different Schaefer. Like, you were with a person who was so empathetic to your plight, to your situation, to someone like who was like trying desperately to help you out of a terrible situation. Like, there was empathy and sympathy written all over every aspect of his being. And as soon as that last gate shuts and you ask, "Where are they taking my things?" he just turns to you and goes, "Down that way, follow the guards," and like walks away from you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And he just keeps walking, no response. And a couple of armed guards lead Santiago to what is like a decent suite. It's got like a little shower. It has a little like lowered area with like a table and a couch and like some books, and then like elevated above that is like an area with like a bed and like a fake window with like some like scenery like kind of like rotating through on it. But like you notice there's no actual exterior windows, and when he walks in, the door shuts behind him and you hear it lock, and then the memory fades away. And then there's a bit of a rush, and then that same door opens up again. And Santiago is led by guards down into a hall, through some halls, and into a laboratory. And in that laboratory, Porter and Eloise, you recognize Ulysses Pruitt standing there. He looks up, gives you a smile, Santiago, and he goes, "San Lucas, right?"
That's correct, sir.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Your reputation precedes you. Your work on gravity manipulation and old world circuitry, I mean, it's really been something.
Oh, that was just simple maintenance. I mean, you're the genius. I'm honored to be able to learn at the feet of the master, as it were.
The guards leave, the door shuts, and he goes, "Don't sell yourself short. Now, they may have had you licking the boot of Fort Dearborn for a while, making you think that maybe you were just a run-of-the-mill engineer, but no. And he like taps you on the chest and goes, you, sir, are special.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm honestly looking forward to the chance to prove that true.
Well, let's get started then. What do you make of this? And you look over and there's like blueprints, and Dex Porter, Eloise, Gus, you see blueprints that at the very least Eloise can piece this together. Probably Dex, just based on his knowledge of like how weaponry goes together. These are components that look like the early stages of the evolution of the weaponry you guys saw Brimstone use to try and take down Jack Taylor. What Eloise can tell 100% is that these designs like lay down a foundation of efficacy that was not met in the final product. Like the thing they could have made from just this basic like workout of like a couple like, you know, concepts, like the like formulas are correct, the science is there, but somehow like the things that they brought in the field were way they skimped on a lot of materials, which is why Taylor was able to just break them immediately. And yeah, Santiago, you look at this thing and you're able to immediately start piecing together. This looks like an iteration on mind cuff technology. But instead of tapping into the brainstem, which has been the only way they've known to interact with illuminated powers, this seems to have like some kind of technology that is designed to draw, like basically instigate and draw illuminated power from the person, so that it can be clamped on any part of their body.
Sir, if you don't mind my asking, what is this all for? Or I mean, I don't know if you read my file, but well, I had a bit of a problem in Fort Dearborn, which is maybe why I was free to take this position. And I don't know if you know, but this would be something that would function on myself. I'm sorry if that's going to be a problem or an issue with us working together.
I read your file. I know exactly who I'm dealing with. No, we're hoping that Fort Dearborn can find a way to, and like he sighs a little bit, and at least Dex can tell there's like, this is a practice line. And he goes, we're hoping that Fort Dearborn can combat the illuminated threat, as they like to put it. Ever growing. You see, people like you and me, sometimes we fall on the right side of things and sometimes we don't. And when people not like us step on the wrong side of the road, well, all it takes is a gun or a spear to take them out. But with illuminated folk, you gotta be a little more creative. So this is what old Fort Dearborn's working on. And that's what we're here to help with.
So more for criminals and things like that.
Of course, yeah.
All right.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg. We got some more to work on after this, but we'll start with this. It seems like it's right up your alley.
I want to stay on the right side of the road.
Good man. Dex, that good man, is sarcastic, but delivered so well that most people wouldn't catch it as sarcastic.
So where do I get started? Are we going to be working directly together, or do you have a workstation for me, or what kind of deliverables are you looking for, sir?
Well, we have a workstation over here. Let's go ahead and get started here. We're thinking maybe we can repurpose some of this tech, but we're going to have to start working from things. And then like the memory disappears away. And then another one comes back, and maybe it's the same day, maybe it's months later. It's hard to tell. Santiago and Pruitt are sitting there like poring over like the work which has like developed a little bit. They have a couple like semi like prototypes of a couple components figured out. And Pruitt just says, it's wild. The concept behind this is that it would draw from the power within the person in and of itself. It would attract it. But the question comes down to where does that even power come from, right? That's what we're running up against here. I mean, look at you. I mean, fella your age, I mean, living a whole life longer than most people live on this planet, and you had no idea you were illuminated. And then in one day, just like that, everything changes.
I don't have any answers, but I'm excited to find them.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. And then the like memory fades again. And this time the guards don't leave the room. And Pruitt is sitting there a little bit more frustrated, going like, well, this has just become a whole circus of events. I can't believe it's taken this long to try and figure out how this thing works. Go ahead. And just like gestures to the guards, and Santiago, you get grabbed by the arms and like shoved up against the wall and like get manacled to the wall.
Hey, what's the meaning of this?
It's like we said. The source of the power is unknown. And you're a strange case in the fact that it took so long for it to bloom. So that's got to mean it came from somewhere deep. Oh, now we ain't gonna rest before
there's no need. There's no need for any of this. I've been cooperating.
I expect you to continue to cooperate. Go ahead. And one of the guards comes up and like jabs you in the neck with a needle, and your like vision begins to like blur and get a little tired. And he comes up and puts his hands on your cheek and goes, "It's all right. Poor Dearbone don't even know what they got." And then the memory fades. And there's like from here out, the memories get even more hazy. They come from like an addled, drugged state, where Eloise, you can put together that like Santiago just barely managed to like get enough of his consciousness back that he was able to activate his power for a brief moment before slipping back into like a state of sedation. And you see Pruitt and Schaefer talking again, and Schaefer is going, "Sir, it's been quite some time since you have been working on this, and I mean the prototypes you've started to develop, they are promising, but I don't understand what exactly you're working on now." He goes, "The technology, it's crude. You have to understand. I mean, the stuff you have, it's useful, but you're gonna need a little bit more. And this fella here, he's gonna just be a gold mine of information. I'll take piece by piece, little bits, until I find out where that power comes from. And once we know that, possibilities are endless. You'll be able to combat anything that the world throws at you." And Schaefer like nods and he goes, "Now I gotta get to work here. Look, he's waking up. You've wasted enough of my time. Come on, Captain." And as like the door shuts behind the captain, he turns and that like kind of face immediately like changes. And he turns to you and just goes, "Oh, Santiago." And he walks over and like grabs the sedation. "The short-sightedness of the militia is just absolutely adorable. They just want to know how they can weaponize you. They don't even know what's going on. Come on, time for your daily dose." You have a moment that you could talk, Santiago. You've regained enough consciousness.
I think that at this point, Santiago has gone into a survival mode that is so focused on just remembering. He is like, because he's in and out of sedation, he's just focusing on that mind bank. It has become the like one thing of like, someday I'm going to need this. I'm going to need to remember this. They can't carve it out of me. And so every one of these moments is just like silence. And I think the people in that memory in that room would just remember Santiago like staring at them, fixed stare, no blinking, just trying to like not miss a beat.
As he goes to like stick the needle, he stops and looks at you a little bit more, and like looks at you like a little like confused, tilts his head, and goes, "You got fight in you. It's impressive for a man your age. But you ain't half as old as you think you are. You ain't seen anything." And he injects the neck, and the memory fades. And then there's a brief little memory where a couple like scientists and like lab coats that are literally like labeled like Soma Pharmaceuticals are like talking to him, and he goes, "Look, this is the research I got. I still got plenty to go through. This fella, I mean, it's an old man. What do you expect me to do? Now, if you can work with me to get Schaefer to maybe hunt down some people, I think maybe, just maybe, I can work on something." And that memory immediately fades into him like frustrated, alone, Pruitt like pulling and Santiago screaming. It just immediately cuts to Santiago screaming as like maybe bone marrow, maybe something, an extremely large needle is in his like hip, like going all the way in through his body, and he pulls out a sample of something in like a metal syringe and sets it down and like puts it into like an extremely intricate first aid like a med kit, and it starts like processing it. And like Pruitt goes, "I can't believe, honestly, I thought this position was going to be short lived, but turns out I'm asking bigger questions than I thought. Honestly, I'm worried for you, San Lucas. Sounds like you don't got much fight left in you. If I keep working to you like this, I mean, I'll ease you out. No. Schaefer's got to find me more people." And he stops for a second, and this kind of like cruel smile creeps across Pruitt's face, and he goes, "Yeah, I know just the right volunteers." And memory fades, and then you get flash after flash after flash of people in the room with Santiago as they are being experimented on. You see their eyes flashing with illuminated powers. You see their skin crack and like become stone and then peel off of them until they die. You see as someone like starts vibrating the like restraints they're in so much that it like breaks their bones and like snaps with them still attached to it. Like horrific scenes, just quick little flashes of them. And about like 7 out of 10 of these people they're like naked and they have FPC tattoos on them. Not all of them do. There's even one point where like the memory lingers for a second longer as this person is like panting and screaming. Their eyes are bleeding. And Pruitt like kind of like taps a needle and turns back and goes, "Honestly, it's just unfortunate you got caught in the net. You're not even what I'm hoping for." And then like jabs it into the person's temple, and then the memory fades. And then you see that suite again. Pristine, as if it was the very first time Santiago showed up. And Santiago, you're standing in the shower, just like water pouring over you. And you notice a little crack in the porcelain next to the shower. And it catches your eye.
Do they, with Mind Bank, they don't have access to my thoughts? It's just sensory input?
Exactly.
So then I think like the camera of my eyes goes from the crack to like the door to like wherever there. I've been like searching to see if there's been any kind of surveillance, and feeling like I'm going to take this shot, yes or no. I've got to do it now. I start working at it. I start like testing at different spots in the wall, just like finding weak points, and start carving my way out of there.
Yeah. And you see like little flashes here and there of him like straight up like he takes like the binding out of his books and like rolls them together and like heat treats them enough so that he can make like an ice pick that will last like an afternoon, and like uses that to like pry things open. And eventually he basically, you see as he like takes the shower and like moves it 2 inches away, and like very carefully he wraps like sheets around his arms so his arms don't get scratched as he reaches in and like starts scraping away at the paneling behind. Not like just like carving away a wall. There's a panel that is warped and has damage behind the like face of his shower, and he is slowly working from top to bottom, across the bottom, up again, and across the top over the course of who knows how long, little bits at a time, to like eventually one day maybe crack that panel open and see what's behind it. And there's another flash, and you see people like being dead bodies, like mutilated bodies being carted out of the lab. And Pruitt, like Schaefer's like, this is getting a bit much, don't you think? And Pruitt goes, I mean, I ain't happy about it either. What you need to do is you got to get your boys to find me someone with more power. I mean, think of Santiago, right? Think about what he did. Think about what you saw, right? We picked him for a reason. Find me another Santiago. Find me another San Lucas. Preferably not fucking 90 years old, and maybe I'll be able to figure this out for us. Huh? Get to it! And the memory fades again, and you see the panel break off from behind the shower, and there's piping. You see like very close in the dark as like the piping is moving up, and like a very, very constrained Santiago is like shimmying his way down. He follows those pipes and breaks open into a spillway, falling in, panting, rushes off, like rips off his clothes, like leaving them there, and just runs out like butt naked into the Badlands as like a rainstorm just pours down, and he is just like crying and screaming. And that is the last memory as you're all brought back to the camp.
I told you, it's kind of like a bummer.
Porter like realizes that there's like pain in his lower back, and then that he has like sat down where he stood as these memories are going through him.
My God, I didn't die. Why do you all look like you're at a funeral?
I'm trying to think of what to do with that information.
Dex, as you think about that, a lot of Santiago's memories do give you a decent picture of one wing.
What it looks like.
Like one wing. You have like this door leads to this door, leads to that suite, which leads to here. I have a map of like a small part of Brimstone that leads to that lab.
So I know like the wardens are not an army, right? And they don't like go on crusades. Do I think that if I like brought this to the peak, this is a thing they might do something about or help us do something about?
Potentially. You've never seen a call to action where like more than one gunslinger goes to solve a problem. And you know, based on stories you've heard, that this is something, this is a scale of something that a single gunslinger has lent their efforts to it. It's not something as widespread as, say, the Proto-Martyr crisis, where they needed like multiple people in multiple places. Like this is a problem in one location. So like, you know, at the very least, like they could put like a warden on this.
Well, they already have one, so they won't. Thanks. Self-actualization. How many? I guess like I start like counting through. Like, okay, I saw this many guys. Do you remember how far from like that first checkpoint we saw was like the way in? do you remember that spillway? Like, Dex starts talking through the, like, okay, if we're gonna go shoot up Brimstone, what do we have to do to get there?
Oh my god, you're gonna ask me questions? I literally put you in my memory so that I wouldn't have to answer any questions. You actually know everything I know.
Y'all think that the Raven might be that guy?
It
Well, the
occurred
Raven's
to
a
me.
bird.
Yeah, no, but this particular Raven's a guy.
Well, sure, I have to imagine there's guy and girl Ravens. I mean, that stands to reason.
The FPC answers to a man who calls himself the Raven, or a person who calls himself the Raven.
He's just getting FPC volunteers.
Volunteers. Volunteers.
No, his word.
No, this is
not,
good.
not the word I would certainly use. If he's getting people out of the FPC, is it possible that he's in charge and maybe he's playing all these people against the militia because he's sort of got his own stuff he's going on?
Well,
Oh, yeah.
What would this Pruitt person, what would he gain from
Subjects.
what we've seen the FPC do? But the subjects are actually active, right? And stealing things from communities and committing
they've-
acts of terrorism, right? Why does that
They've
help?
got to accomplish something to attract members to their cause, right?
What
The
if
FPC were certainly some of his favorite volunteers, and I'll say that some of the questions he was asking them didn't always have to do with our research. It was he wanted to know about the FPC.
So maybe it is still just a thorn in his side, y'all. I don't know. I'm not the knowing things guy.
But the Raven is coming to us, isn't that right?
Yeah, but do we want him to?
Well, hey, if it's Pruitt, it makes it really easy to shoot him.
Yeah. Punch him too.
We should meet with the Raven before we make any assumptions. Maybe he was just targeting the FPC and was able to, I don't know, arrest them and imprison them here. But I don't know. I can't rule that out.
I think we head for Tobias Station in the morning. I look at Scruff, like, you've got enough of a haul there. I'm sure you want to offload and get paid for.
Sure, actually, I was kind of wondering if maybe you could handle some of that for me. You know, I've been looking into getting some subcontractors for some of the work that I've been doing. I don't really like going into Tobias Station so much, and I know that this guy right here, and I point at Porter, I go, he's got some good words on him. I can already tell. Maybe if I subcontract out a little bit, you can get a better price from old Kilburn for me.
I do that for you. Absolutely, Scruff.
Wait.
Oh, that's great. Here. This is on me.
And I hand him a piece of licorice.
That's
we gotta-
just because I know we're gonna have a solid working relationship from here on out.
Porter, no, we gotta learn from this guy. We gotta get paid for jobs. We haven't got paid for our last 6 jobs.
Hey, shut up! I just paid him.
I guess. Well, I gave you the licorice, but then it was your licorice, so you did. Oh well, yeah, no, he's got us beat.
Leon, I'll negotiate a better price for you if I can get a piece of that better price. How about that?
Well, absolutely. Let's say 10% of whatever you get over.
I'll take it.
All right.
All right.
You've got stuff to offload. We could reprovision. Black Star's still after us. And if there's anywhere to charter air travel, it's to buy a station. I don't exactly relish. And I like point back to pit stop and Gus's Cadillac, like Gus's old Cadillac. I don't relish trying to trek across the Badlands with them on our tail. Last time we made it out, but it was close.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All right, it's a plan then.
Wait a second. What are you thinking about all
this? And I'm gonna turn to Eloise.
I don't. I don't really.
You're the
know.
wussit.
What?
You're the wussit, and I don't want you eating me, devouring me from the inside out, or whatever you moon monsters do.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, we know how to get in touch with Black Star. So if Black Star's the next step, then that's fine. Also, if we want, I'm not that far away from enough materials from just building an aircraft. If I can salvage what we've got, I could probably just do it right now. I mean, not right now. It would take me a little while, like a couple of days.
Immediately jump up, like scramble up onto the rooster strider, and I start digging through stuff, being like,
"Will this help? What about this? Do you need this? What about this? How? What do you need for an aircraft? What do you need?"
7 machinery cubes and 7 machinery cubes, and then I can build an aircraft.
You got him.
And I give her 7 machinery cubes.
He starts like clunk, 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 clunk.
The price, though, is you gotta teach me how you do it.
That we already agreed to that.
Is that really how far away you are from building a plane at any given moment?
Jesus.
Yeah. Well, I have 12 tech cubes, and I have
No, I mean like possession of materials.
yeah.
Not only that, she knows exactly how many materials she needs to make the plane in the first place. I think that's far more impressive.
I got the like sort of biggest question is, well, can you fly a plane?
I can fly a plane, but
Dang.
only in theory. I've only flown bicycles.
Theory's
right.
good enough for me.
But
Yeah, you got
like I
that
couldn't
experience.
fight in a plane. I could just fly a plane, if that makes sense.
More than I can do with a plane.
Right. Well, I think I might make a helicopter, but I'm not sure.
Should we find the
Sit
plane?
down, I think.
We all sit down and we watch Eloise build a plane.
Nice. Yeah. No, I guess so. I mean,
It's gonna take
I
you a
don't-
little while to make one.
Yeah, it takes it's going to take me a couple of days.
What if I help?
It's more
Probably.
likely to take a couple of days
Yeah.
I'm like ready. I'm like messing with.
You
Dola,
watch
just
him.
like-
He treats this thing like it's an Omni tool. It's not an Omni tool.
Yeah, no.
What's that you say? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so rude. I should have introduced you earlier. Everyone, meet Toda. This is my Omni tool. Toda, say hi.
and I like pull a little thing, and it goes like rusty, just like on a hinge.
Oh, that's so sweet.
call her
That's so
that
nice to
because-
meet ya.
Well, I said Toda.
Hi.
I think Porter goes up and like shakes the shovel. Says, "Nice to meet you, Porter Janus."
What is that you said?
Porter Janus.
I'm sorry. One more time.
I said my name's Porter Janus. Porter. Porter?
That's hilarious. You're the guy from Kilburn.
That is exactly right, Scruffy.
Oh, good times, good times.
Yeah, although you did seem to not want to be very much in my station around then. Although you probably don't want to be around any city if you're on the run from Brimstone.
Brimstone? Where?
Not here. Okay.
You watch as Scruff, like, he's already torn up the camp by throwing, like, metal paneling all around from the Rooster Strider. Like, half of the tents are torn down now because he just threw shit around. And as he turns around and tries to see where Brimstone is, straight up, like, hooks his foot underneath some metal and, like, spins out and falls down. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session. The camera just pulls back away from the completely destroyed camp that was so nice before Scruff showed up and started throwing shit around.
Gus jumps real high. I want to roll something this episode.
Did I find the tea kettler? Was there Tommy? Be honest with me. We're out of the session now. Was there ever a tea kettler?
There was a tea kettler, but you got distracted because Scruff sprinted into camp.
That's brutal.
I just want to hear one.
Sorry. Sorry.
There's a point later in the night. There's the post-credit scene there's a point later in the night where everyone's like asleep in camp. It's only half put back together. And then Dex just hears like in the distance.
I knew it.
I'm marking off 7 cubes.
Yeah.
We're making a plane.
Eloise, you have seven
Yeah.
machinery cubes now.
I now have 14 machinery cubes.
Sure. 7 additional.
And 8 tech cubes.
All right. Let's jump into questions. We went a little late tonight. So we have some Q&A from the Discord and maybe something in the chat as well. If you have any questions, toss them in the chat now. And then we'll answer them. Okay. Mizako asked a question in the Discord, but it wasn't quite a question. It was just asking if we've ever seen Megalo boxing, but didn't specify a character in there that would be like a character that we would build.
Looks like Junk Dog is the main character, also known as
It looks
Jill.
like it looks sort of like Real Steel a little bit, like maybe big robot boxers.
From what I can tell is that basically there are geared boxers and Junk Dog's thing is that he's Gearless Joe. So he doesn't wear an exoskeleton like everyone else does.
Yeah. So they're wearing
Wait,
power
Tay,
armor
do you just know this anime?
Not at all.
Okay, just for a second, you sat up like, I know, and I was like, oh fuck, do we just have a ringer in here?
It's just my standard reaction for anytime people go off. I'm like, oh.
So basically, to make
Tommy,
like,
can I answer this one?
yeah, go for it. Yeah.
The answer to y'all ever see Megalo boxing is no, but I'm about to. It looks dope.
And if we were building characters in Megaloboxing, it seems like it would be light power armor for the exosuits that like these guys kind of wear while they're boxing, and then Gearless Joe would just be like a Gus-like character, maybe not even illuminated, just somebody who has extremely high skills so that he can go up against and like all of his talents in the Brawn tree. That way, when someone's like, I have power armor, it gives me a +1 to Brawn skills. He's like
Iron Palm.
Yeah, he's like, I have so many talents that make it so I can just like bypass your armor and I can do battle stances, get wrecked. Is my guess. But like Gus is straight up a boxer, so like the aesthetic of being a boxer is like full on.
What we're trying to say is Gus could fight a robot.
Yes.
Yeah, certainly.
Absolutely.
Also, I'm very close to having the stances or Iron Palms. So.
Ooh, that's fancy.
Yeah.
All right. Argetlam asks, is there a melee-based skill that would be improved via the medium of jousting? Are there rules that take into account the force multiplier that is striking something from a moving platform, whether it be an animal, motorcycle, jetpack, using a melee weapon?
We were just talking about this the other day.
I guess there's no.
Also, I've made this character. Well, I made two versions of this character. One was when I made the Green Goblin the other day, just because I wanted to. The other version is I did make a boy for Roy Hampton's wedding, a one shot that we played, who had like two swords and a jetpack that he flew around on. He was like a nomad gambler. It's a lot of fun, I can tell you.
God.
So there's no actual rule exactly for like being improved by velocity. However, like depending on the speed of your car and how good the cover it gives you, it could augment like your like modifiers, but there's no actual skill or talent yet.
There's no rule that says when you roll to ram, you can't be using a large metal lance
Yeah.
that you're leaning out the window of your car with.
Yeah, because
You just reflavor it.
it's worth pointing out that like ramming does take into account the speed of the vehicle you're in, and so like the bigger and better your vehicle is and the faster it is, the better your ram is going to be. So I mean from like a straight up core rule book, like rules as written, like you could take ramming plates and be like, yeah, there's a jousting arm on my motorcycle that I use to ram people with my motorcycle. And it's the ramming plates mod.
Like a bunch of spikes on the front of a plane or something.
And then
I hope Addie's taking notes for when we build our plane.
yeah. Make it so it can ram other planes.
Oh man, I'm not making that.
Argalam says, as an addendum to the above, where would a guy have to go to get some proper hover bike jousting? I mean,
Freedom City.
Yeah, it's Freedom City.
I was gonna say, I bet you they could get wild with the bikes in Ion Harbor.
Listen, there's teens doing real dumb hover bike jousting in Ion Harbor, but if you want to see the real thing with high production value, you go to Freedom City.
Yeah.
Listen, if you want to go to medieval times TM, you got to go to Freedom City.
Yeah, Freedom City is the territory. Freedom City we have described previously as being like a mix of Wall Street and Vegas. And they're the only territory that has like blood sport legalized, and so gladiatorial combat is legal there. So full on like hover bike jousting's got to be around there. And as an addendum to that, Argalam says, let's build Geshtar from Secret of Mana. Notable traits: rides a hover bike while wearing heavy armor, has multiple weapons installed on his bike, which he uses to great effect in hit and run attacks, like a forward-facing lance, and missiles are his primary attack vectors. He decides that when he's dying, he'll drag the heroes down with him via the medium of explosives and fire. Okay.
Okay, that's easy.
This is exactly the Green Goblin that I built the other day. Except instead of a glider, he's got a hover bike.
Sure.
He's like got ranged. He's got grenades. He's got ramming plates. He's got power armor, I think. Yeah, and a driver operated weapon.
Absolutely.
Bada boom.
So important. So you can roll drive to shoot instead of range to shoot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's the best.
And then Argatlam posted as we were live, posted in the Discord. Oh shoot, almost forgot. We have a Drifters recap every week. Could we get a Simon Lapidus recap for this past week?
What
Live
did Simon
large
get
with
after?
Lapidus.
So Simon Lapidus is obviously still working off his servitude at the what's the name of their farm? It's not Osborne. Is it Osborne?
Could have been Osborne.
It didn't go back far enough. Oswald. Man, I was way closer than I thought I was. Yeah, he's at the Oswald homestead in Loner's Pass. He's still working off his debts to society. Today, or since we last saw him, the most notable thing that he did was he was given the task by what is the woman's name who owns the place? Bernadette Oswald, the owner of the homestead. She tasked Lapidus with cleaning and repainting the latrines. And Lapidus spent the week acting as though it was the best task, and he convinced other servants that like other workers that like he had the better task. He's like, well, this is way better, like I don't have to be out there in the field, you know, there's shade by the latrines, and then like being like, this is great, like I can just use the latrines. And then like other things where he's like, you know, I heard that Petra was going to make some lemonade, and the latrine is so close to the house, I think I'm going to get to drink a bunch of lemonade. And basically just like convinced every worker to take turns working his shift at the latrines. And then he went and like fucked off in the forest.
Yeah, Tom Sawyer.
Tom Sawyer at him. We're dead.
I thought the Lapidus version was he spent the whole week trying to convince people that this was the best job. And then at the end, after he was done fucking off in the forest, he came back and no one had done anything.
No, what happens is he comes back and Bernadette knows exactly what he did. And then they sit there. The end of the Lapidus episode is they sit there and Lapidus is like, there you go, I did it. And she goes, you know, now that I see the lilac, I think it's going to be a lot better in sky blue. Go ahead and give it another go. And then walks away. And then the like circle like closes it around Lapidus's face as he
winks.
Beautiful.
All right, that's what Lapidus has been up to since you guys last saw him.
It's just like the Looney Tunes ending, like.
All right, that is it for questions in the Discord. I don't think we have any questions in the stream chat. So we are gonna call it for tonight. Thank you again.
There is one thing that I thought of that, so like when we started the stream, right, we ran down what all of our characters' triggers were.
Oh.
And we've just met Scruff, and I bet Scruff got some XP this session, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
certainly did.
Like, let's run down Scruff's triggers on screen. Let the people know.
Yeah. Scruff.
Yeah.
Scruff is a outcast scavenger. So his talents or his advancement triggers are based on the scavenger talent or scavenger path. Yeah, Scruff, what are your advancement triggers?
So the first one is an item is used in an unorthodox way, which I was gearing up for with if there had been any kind of conflict or tension, I was going to use the Rooster Strider as like a makeshift catapult, and I was going to spend grit if I needed to flash back to set it up to basically just like pounce and like dump all of my loot like on y'all. But y'all were very nice and very cool, so I didn't do that.
That would have been XP, and you absolutely that would be an excellent use of flashback.
An item is used in an unorthodox way is the first one. The second is something abandoned by others proves valuable to you, only a matter of time. The third is you navigate a dangerous situation without being seen, which
hands down definitely did. Oh yeah.
And then finally, someone's property is taken without their notice.
Also, 100% happened as you took Dex's stuff. Dex still doesn't know that his first aid cube is missing, and the flare.
You know, I'm gonna be totally honest. Dex is probably like a little peeved about it. Dan happily trades a first aid cube for 2 XP.
What are you talking about? This is my first aid cube. I don't know where you misplaced yours, but you should hold on. You should hold on to that better, you know?
No, I think you're right. I think that's probably just yours.
Gorgeous. Yeah, so that's Scruff's advanced triggers. All right. We are going to call it for tonight. Thank you again to Tay for being our very first ever guest star. Tay is going to be rejoining us next week as we go live August 3rd, y'all. We're going to go live same time. Tay's going to be there from the very beginning. We're going to continue the story as these 5 drifters begin choosing their next course of action as they gear up to maybe take the fight to Brimstone or learn more about what's going on. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to all of you beautiful people for playing. I had a ton of fun. I hope you guys had fun watching. And we will see you all next week. Thank you all. Goodbye. Goodbye.